heating up as we head into Tobago Carnival 2023. But even before the revelry, we head back to the House. This time, the Minority Leader Kelvon Morris will lay a motion seeking to have the House acknowledge the failure of the Executive Council to effectively manage the resources of Tobago, especially as it relates to infrastructure. Thursday, October 26th, from 1:30 p.m., the House will get hot before the streets get hot. Whether you tune in or walk in, either way, don't miss it. Heating up as we head into Tobago Carnival 2023. But even before the revelry, we head back to the House. This time, the Minority Leader Kelvon Morris will lay a motion seeking to have the House acknowledge the failure of the Executive Council to effectively manage the resources of Tobago, especially as it relates to infrastructure. Thursday, October 26th, from 1:30 p.m., the House will get hot before the streets get hot. Whether you tune in or walk in, either way, don't miss it. Heating up as we head into Tobago Carnival 2023. But even before the revelry, we head back to the House. This time, the Minority Leader Kelvon Morris will lay a motion seeking to have the House acknowledge the failure of the Executive Council to effectively manage the resources of Tobago, especially as it relates to infrastructure. Thursday, October 26th, from 1:30 p.m., the House will get hot before the streets get hot. Whether you tune in or walk in, either way, don't miss it. Things are heating up as we head into Tobago Carnival 2023. But even before the revelry, we head back to the House. This time, the Minority Leader Kelvon Morris will lay a motion seeking to have the House acknowledge the failure of the Executive Council to effectively manage the resources of Tobago, especially as it relates to infrastructure. Thursday, October 26th, from 1:30 p.m., the House will get hot before the streets get hot. Whether you tune in or walk in, either way, don't miss it. heating up as we head into Tobago Carnival 2023. But even before the revelry, we head back to the House. This time, the Minority Leader Kelvon Morris will lay a motion seeking to have the House acknowledge the failure of the Executive Council to effectively manage the resources of Tobago, especially as it relates to infrastructure. Thursday, October 26th, from 1:30 p.m., the House will get hot before the streets get hot. Whether you tune in or walk in, either way, don't miss it. Things are heating up as we head into Tobago Carnival 2023. But even before the revelry, we head back to the House. This time, the Minority Leader Kelvon Morris will lay a motion seeking to have the House acknowledge the failure of the Executive Council to effectively manage the resources of Tobago, especially as it relates to infrastructure. Thursday, October 26th, from 1:30 p.m., the House will get hot before the streets get hot. Whether you tune in or walk in, either way, don't miss it. Things are heating up as we head into Tobago Carnival 2023. But even before the revelry, we head back to the House. This time, the Minority Leader Kelvon Morris will lay a motion seeking to have the House acknowledge the failure of the Executive Council to effectively manage the resources of Tobago, especially as it relates to infrastructure. Thursday, October 26th, from 1:30 p.m., the House will get hot before the streets get hot. Whether you tune in or walk in, either way, don't miss it. Things are heating up as we head into Tobago Carnival 2023. But even before the revelry, we head back to the House. This time, the Minority Leader Kelvon Morris will lay a motion seeking to have the House acknowledge the failure of the Executive Council to effectively manage the resources of Tobago, especially as it relates to infrastructure. Thursday, October 26th, from 1:30 p.m., the House will get hot before the streets get hot. Whether you tune in or walk in, either way, don't miss it. Things are
Presiding officer will be absent from today's sitting and in accordance with Standing Order 11.1. The deputy presiding officer will take the chair.
us now pray. O Almighty God, as we have come together to begin our meeting of the Assembly, we humbly beseech you to grant to all our members the light and guidance of your Holy Spirit, that we may wisely take counsel together and come to such decisions as shall promote your glory and the well-being of all our citizens in this our land, so that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be enjoyed by all people. Grant this for the sake of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. You may be seated.
Oath of allegiance of a new member. Announcements by the Deputy Presiding Officer.
Honorable members, I have received requests for a leave of absence from today's sittings from Assemblyman Natisha Charles Pansin and Councillor Orlando Kerr. The leaves are granted.
Assembly bills sent back from Cabinet. Assembly laws brought back from Parliament. Petitions, papers.
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I lend the House monthly budget report as at the end of August 2023.
Presentations of reports from this Dispute Resolution Commission Select Committee. Chief Secretary's question.
Assemblyman Watson Duke.
Question to the Chief Secretary. Please provide a detailed report on all contractors awarded contracts ranging from 5 million and over from December 2021 to present.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. There are 4 such contracts. Construction of Milford Court, Pigeon Point, Connector Road, and Brenner Court, Crum Point. Scope of works, inclusive of construction of roadway and drainage, 54.7 million. Contractor, Innovative Roofing and Construction Solutions Limited. Payments made to date, $0 and 0 cents. Construction of roadway from Mount Mary to Dutch Fort, crossing a canal. Electoral district in Scarborough, Mount Grace. Construction of roadways, 2 bridges and drainage, $19.4 million. It's within the defects liability period. Well, the defects liability period, ended in July 2023. Contractor, California Stucco Company Limited. 2 payments made to date of $11.2 million. Roxborough Argyle District, construction of bypass from Lamy Road to Roxborough Palativier Road in Roxborough. Contract price.
Members, could you please put your phones on silent? Thanks.
Contract price, $22.9 million. Project status, road paving and bridge works in progress. Construction Services and Supplies Limited is the name of the contractor. Payments made to date, $0 and 0 cents. King Peter's Bay Road Works, Electoral District, Mason Hall, Moriah. Construction of a retaining wall using a gabion basket, demolition of existing stairs, and disposal of material, retaining wall works and backfilling for road works, drainage works inclusive of new curb and slipper, road works inclusive of road widening, preparation and paving, traffic management plan along King Peter's Bay Road during construction, cost of contract $24.8 million, It's within the defects liability period. Contracting firm, Carousel Trading Limited, payments made to date, $0 and 0 cents.
Assemblyman Duke.
Thank you, sir. The question asks, please provide a detailed report on all contractors awarded contracts ranging from 5 million from December 2021 to present. I've heard the Chief Secretary response, and I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to find out if these contracts were awarded based on public interest. When would they be paid? Because if you award contracts and works are being done, and people have completed defects liability, etc., and zero monies are paid, I'm wondering if we are incurring a debt that is being deferred for another generation to pay.
Deputy Presiding Officer, these contracts are design, build, finance contract modality, which means that it is designed for the contractor to complete 100% of the works before any payment is made, one, and two, payments are usually commensurate with the period after the defects liability has ended. And if you will observe from what I pointed out, the one project for which the defects liability period ended in July 2023, two payments were made totaling 11.24 million. Two of the other projects have not been completed, so zero payment is required at this time. And the fourth project is within the defects liability period.
I just wanted to find out, in very candid language, are we deferring payments? Because I've just heard of a project that was completed. But what I've heard is the payment, which was valued at $19.4 million, has not been paid in full. It's still to be paid. My concern is, are we deferring payment from these contractors? And if so, on what basis that exists outside of the defects period? Is there another basis?
Deputy Presiding Officer, the way these contracts are done, payments are staggered. Payments are not all required at the same time. And no, the liability is not being passed on to another generation. As the evidence is clear, the one contract that is completed and currently outside of the defects liabilities period, two payments were made in concert with the contract that the THA has with that company, because the payments are made on installments and not 100% at a time. The design build finance modality is one that the government is using to be able to get larger projects out the door without having to foot 100% of the cost upfront or immediately upon completion.
Presiding Officer, I'm just seeking clarity again. Based on the Chief Secretary's account, he said they are made in staggered payments. But he's also saying that they are made once the defect liability period has been completed. We are seeing a case here where a job was completed within the Scarborough region, $19.4 million, outside of the defects period we are currently, and part payment has been made $11-point-something million. My concern is, and the Chief Secretary is also saying, that they are not deferring payment for another generation, that their payment have been staggered. I am concerned about the staggering of such payments. Tobago wants to find out on what basis are these payments staggered, if there is a method to the madness. Is it 3 years after? Is it 1 month after? In other words, when could that company expect their money? And is it one method for that person and another method for another person? or is it a rule of thumb that says once a project is completed, you will receive final payment within 90 days, final payment within 6 months, final payment within... I'm just trying to find some logic behind these staggered payments. And I think Tobago will want to find out what is the logic and what is reasonable insofar as staggering these payments. We don't want another generation bearing the burden of this executive. Thank you.
Deputy Presiding Officer, let me simplify it even further. This particular contract for which the member refers to, where the total sum is 19.4 million, for which 2 payments were made of 11.2 million, there is only 1 payment outstanding. The terms of each contract will be different and will be based on what is negotiated between the line division or the procurement officers and the contractor. In this particular instance, the first of the 3 payments were due some 6 months after the completion of the work. And the contract, each specific contract, will identify what the payment terms are and when the installations ought to be paid. The government is being responsible, unlike what we inherited, and is ensuring that the payments are being made systematically in concert with the individual contracts that we do have.
Officer, if I could just conclude.
Member, you have asked 3 follow-up questions. Move on to the next question, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President, Deputy Presiding Officer. To the Chief Secretary, please tell the Tobago House of Assembly how many persons were sent home between December 2021 and November 2022. Also inform the House how many jobs were created and filled between December 2021 and November 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Across in community development, youth development, and sport, 40 persons were sent home from the employer of the division. 3 of those were due to non-renewal as a consequence of persons not being qualified, 37 as a consequence of the restructuring of the CPEP program, and in that division, 24 new positions were created during the period under review. 11 of those positions have been filled to date. In the division of health, wellness, and social protection, for the specified period, no one was sent home. In the office of the Chief Secretary, during that specified period, Community Partnership Unit 16 sent home, Rural Development Unit 4, Occupational Safety and Health 1, TEMA 1 for a total of 22, a number of persons employed for the period December 2021 to November 2022 under OCS, TEMA 4, Department of Information 1, Land Management 3. In terms of other jobs created during that period, the Division of Food Security, jobs filled rather during that period, the Division of Food Security filled some 180 from their daily rate cadre.
The Presiding Officer, I want to thank the Chief Secretary for itemizing for me how many persons were sent to from various divisions. But it will help me and it will help Tobago to understand a grand total figure as to how many persons were sent home within the first year of this executive governance, and also how many new jobs were created and how many of those new jobs were filled. When I say new jobs, I mean additional jobs, jobs that did not exist before, jobs that has a title, a job specification, compensation, etc. I hope the question is properly understood. So I like the detail, but the detail could be a bit confusing. What I want is to see the big picture. I'm a big picture kind of man. So I really appreciate the big picture. Thank you.
The Deputy Presiding Officer, the member can pull out his calculator and add them.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I understand the Chief Secretary is joking. He cannot be taken seriously. But I'm saying to you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, that this question has to be answered as it is read. And I'm
Member,
asking,
I believe the Chief Secretary answered the question. He gave you a detailed breakdown of the division, that persons were sent home and persons were employed. So he has answered the question.
Deputy Presiding Officer, may I ask my question, sir?
If you have a follow-up question, you may ask a follow-up question. But he has given you the figures, so proceed.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, the question asked, and I believe the question was not answered in the manner it was asked. And I asked the question specifically in this manner, so it could be answered specifically in this manner. The answer he gave me was a scattered shot, and I challenge the member on that side not to give a scattered shot when a simple answer is asked.
I'm not sure if that was a question, but I can repeat the response. In community development, 40 persons were sent home. Of the 43 were due to non-renewal as a consequence of persons not being qualified, 37 as a consequence of the restructuring of CPEP, 24 new positions were created during that period under review. 11 of those positions has been filled to date. The only other division during that period that had workers sent home and workers hired will be under the Office of the Chief Secretary, for which Community Partnership Unit 16, Rural Development 4, Occupational Safety and Health 1, TEMA 1, for a total of 22. And in the same division that is called the Office of the Chief Secretary, TEMA 4, new employment, Department of Information 1, new employment, land management 3, new employment for that period. Additionally, in the Division of Food Security, 180 positions were filled.
My second question, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can you inform the House and the people of Tobago whether any persons were sent home from the Division of Infrastructure and the entire division?
Yes, some folks were sent home from infrastructure, but I'm not sure if it fell within the set period as requested for your question.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I acknowledge the Chief Secretary's attempt to answer the question, but I would want to ask you to allow him the time to verify for us, because this question has been pregnant. It has waited a full 9 months before it is answered.
Member, if you wish to have this question that you're asking answered, you can always put it in writing.
No, sir, the question was asked, Mr. President, Deputy President.
Or you can ask it at another sitting, but you have already completed 3 follow-up questions to this question. So,
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, allow me, sir, just for clarity here. This is a serious issue. This is not one of grandstanding. I'm not playing grandstand. I don't play that when I come to the office of Presiding Officer. I'm saying here that I've asked a follow-up question, right, which I'm entitled to.
And the member did.
The question was lodged in the first question that asks for the total amount of persons sent home and the new jobs created, etc. And you said he has broken down the answer. That's it, don't need to answer again. I respected that. I said nothing further, but I asked the question, was anyone sent home from the Division of Infrastructure, quarries, etc., etc.? And he rose and answered the question by saying, look, he believed persons were sent home. He's not so sure if he was sent home after or not. This is a question that begs for clarity. And I'm saying that in the House, it is well appropriate for me to ask the question. It's appropriate for him to answer the question, especially when this question is pregnant. This question is more than 9 months old.
Remember, he did answer and say he was unsure if the persons were sent home within that period. So he can always get that information and furnish it to you. Is that good enough for you?
It's not good enough, sir, but I defer to you, sir. You're in charge of this sitting.
Minority Leader, before you go ahead with your questions, please note we have about a minute of Chief Secretary's questions remaining, so I'm not sure if you would like to.
I'll take the opportunity. As it relates to the audit reports into all the various audits, can the Chief Secretary indicate what is the status of each of these audits? And we are talking about the road restructuring program, emergency infrastructure rehabilitation program, agricultural access road program. Can the Chief Secretary tell the people of Tobago what is the status with those audits?
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Field work of audit of the road resurfacing program and the road restoration program are complete at this time. However, the field work for the audit of the emergency infrastructure rehabilitation is currently ongoing. In other words, field work 100% complete for road resurfacing and road restoration, for which a final report has been supplied to the Tobago House of Assembly, and the emergency infrastructure rehabilitation, that field work is currently ongoing.
Mr. Deputy Presiding
Remember,
Officer.
the time has expired for Chief Secretary's questions.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, since I was denied the opportunity for a follow-up, can we continue at the next opportunity with this question, please?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Questions for oral answer.
Leader of Assembly Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. We wish to defer 4 questions from this sitting. Questions 83 for oral answer, and questions 40, 60, and 69 for written answer.
Ridiculous now. Mr. Deputy Presiding
Minority
Officer.
Leader.
Mr. Deputy
Minority
Presiding
Leader.
Officer, this is ridiculous.
Minority Leader. They have asked for the questions to be deferred to the next sitting. These questions will be deferred to the next sitting. You can now go on to question 93.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, this question number
Not 93,
83,
sorry.
Question number 83 is a simple question, which is asking,
Minority Leader.
and I hope the people of Tobago understand this.
All right.
This is ridiculous.
Minority Councillor.
Is there a reason, can we have a reason why this question is being deferred?
Member. Member.
We have a reason.
Member. Minority Councillor. '96. 96. Minority Councillor 96.
Question number 96 to the Secretary, Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development, Assemblyman Trevor James.
Deputy Presiding Officer, question 96, Roman numeral 1. The Division of Infrastructure is not aware of the scope of works. Question Roman numeral 2. The Division of Infrastructure is not aware of the procurement process utilized to select the contractor. Item 3. The Division of Infrastructure is not aware of the name of the contractor. And item 4, the cost of the contract awarded is unknown to the division.
Madam Deputy Presiding Officer, follow-up. Is the project that is currently being undertaken, is it not at the Division of Infrastructure? And if it is not, can the Secretary indicate which division is currently undertaking the works?
Project in question is not a project that is being executed by the Division of Infrastructure, and I'm not at liberty to say which division is executing the project. I'm sure the member can research whatever is required.
Come again, because it's still Abonians we're asking for, not for we.
Minority Councillor, 97.
Question number 97 to the Secretary of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development, Assemblyman Trevor James.
Deputy Presiding Officer, question 97. Let me just get the answer for you quickly. The money is expended to date, $1,918,400.
Wow.
Follow-up, Madam Deputy Presiding Officer, does the Secretary consider that the works that has been completed to date are value for money?
Deputy Presiding Officer, the Division of Infrastructure, which I have the pleasure of leading, went through a thorough procurement process. Procurement process yielded prices from which the project was awarded. We believe that the project, of course, is in fact value for money. People of Tobago would remember the years that they passed through flood water in at that location. Now, as we speak, when the rain falls, in less than 2 minutes, the water disappears. And we are proud of the fact that 20 years went by before this problem could be solved, and it was solved in our and therefore, value for money was earned.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Another follow-up. So the Secretary would have spoken about, the Secretary basically indicated that after 1 million, 1.6 million, 1.9 million, rounded to 2 million, that flooding still exists by the same area. So, Madam Presiding Officer, Deputy Presiding Officer, after spending $2 million and flooding still occurs, we don't consider that value for money. And Deputy Presiding Officer, we are asking the question, not being able to alleviate the problem, what redress would citizens have for this quantum wastage, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer?
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, you know, I come to this house time and time and time again, and it is like we are unaware of the meaning of basic things. I said that when rain falls at significant, I'm rephrasing it, in significant volumes, the water disappears in less than 2 minutes. The member is suggesting that 2 minutes is flooding. And maybe we need to define flooding. I've answered the question. I've answered the question, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. The people of Canaan, Crown Point, Bon Accord are elated the people of Tobago have been waiting for this solution for 2 decades, and we have come and we have provided a solution that works when everybody said nothing could be done.
Request for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by secretaries or assistant secretaries. Personal explanations.
Assemblyman Trevor James.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. I rise today to give an explanation because there seems to have been a grave misunderstanding which has led to a series of comments in the public space that are based on incorrect information. And I want to take the opportunity to present the correct information to the people of Tobago. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, a member of staff and I traveled to Barbados, then to St. Martin, Dutch side, drove to St. Martin, French, took an airplane from St. Martin, French, to Guadeloupe, then to Martinique to attend the Connectivity Conference on the Greater Caribbean. That route was an example of why the conference was important to us as Tobagonians, who are now trying to position Tobago to connect Tobago to the world. During the conference, Tropical Storm Tammy, Hurricane Tammy, bear down on the islands of the North Caribbean, canceling out, closing airports in Guadeloupe and Martinique, Dutch side. We were advised that the next flight available out of St. Martin, Dutch side, which we were to travel from back to Trinidad, would be on Tuesday of this week. I informed the entire Executive Council by text of this on Friday. Subsequently to that, I reached out to my network, which is as wide and as deep as can be, because as Secretary of the THA was in Martinique, where his credit card allocation for foreign exchange had been exceeded, and I could not pay for an extra night or to buy a ticket to any other location. This because Mr. Imbert and Mr. Rowley prefers to give hundreds of millions of foreign exchange to a few people in the country, and ordinary citizens, even like myself that represent the people, have to travel without sufficient funds on credit cards. Therefore, I reached out to my network of friends and family, and I was informed that there might be an opportunity for us to travel from Martinique back to Trinidad and Tobago by light plane. This became available because there was a charter from Trinidad to Dominica on Sunday morning, and that charter was going to refuel in Martinique on Sunday morning, which allowed us to be able to take that plane back to Trinidad. We hustled from the hotel to the airport in order to make that flight. The communication systems in Martinique, of course, you'd understand, was crashed, and therefore I could not reach out. I'm only reaching out on WhatsApp to members of the Executive Council. We took that flight, and we requested that we be dropped off in Tobago. The flight was going to land, terminate in Trinidad, and we came to Tobago, and I must say that I am thankful that I took the responsibility for my safety and the safety of the member of staff that traveled with me to get to Tobago safely and not be stranded in Martinique without access to credit card facilities in the middle of a storm. There is a suggestion that somehow the plane was an illegal plane, that somehow we are able to contact immigration and customs and maybe wring their hand so we could land and enter and get a passport stamp. All of that is misinformation and mischief. Subsequent to my return on Monday, I informed the Chief Secretary by message and by telephone call that I had made a private arrangement to return to Tobago at no cost to the THA. Those are the facts as I have them, and I want to put on record in this house what the facts are and hope.
Member, your time for explanation has expired.
Introduction of bills, motions relating to the business or sittings of the Assembly and moved by a secretary or assistant secretary. Public business, private members' business. Motion.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, permit me once more to rise and thank the people of the electoral district of Darrell Spring Wim, because as I reflect, as I sit each and every day, it is becoming clearer and clearer and clearer that this opportunity for Tobagonians to have a voice, a face of scrutiny, a face, a voice that is alternative, is important to the democracy, and it is important to Tobagonians really understanding what is happening on this little island. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, this motion is predicated on an exercise that I took to journey throughout the length and breadth of Tobago as to understand what are some of the issues plaguing the people on this island. Issue number one, roads, infrastructure, abandoned buildings. Issue number two, unemployment, lack of social support. And issue number three, crime. People are becoming very fearful. Just yesterday, prominent businessman robbed because people are frustrated. So therefore, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I have crafted this motion that stands in my name, which reads, whereas the 5th schedule of the Tobago House of Assembly Act 40 of 1996 empowers the Tobago House of Assembly with the responsibility for developing infrastructure, and whereas there has been a significant deterioration in Tobago's physical infrastructure under the present administration, and whereas the maintenance of the island's infrastructure has fallen away below the required standard, and whereas there is growing public concern about the failure of the present administration to deliver on its promises and responsibilities to improve development in many sectors on the island, and whereas the resources allocated to the Tobago House of Assembly are not being utilized to the optimum benefit of Tobagonians, be it resolved that this House acknowledge the failure of this Executive Council to manage effectively the resources available to Tobago, and be it further resolved that this House calls on this Executive to prioritize physical infrastructural development on the island, improve the quality of life for the residents, and fix Tobago people's business. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, leading up to the elections of December 6, 2021, Tobagonians were sold a dream. They were sold a dream that their lives will be significantly improved. Of course, they were told that they would have beautiful roads to drive on, their drains would be taken care of, their walls would be taken care of, and the entire island will be transformed, becoming the greatest little island in the world. Let's fix this became their battle cry. However, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we are now approximately 22 months, 18 days, and about a mere 14 hours, and, of course, roughly $5 billion later. And the question Tobagonians were asking me while I was interacting with them is, what have they fixed? That was the question they asked me. We are seeing that they are getting money, but our issues remain the same. So what have they fixed? And perhaps the answer is in the explanation we just received there. They are clearly fixing themselves. Because here it is, Secretary, going off on public business, but for some reason, this secretary could find 5,000 US or so. We weren't told in the explanation how much the fancy ride costs. But while Tobagonians are suffering, secretary can afford a lucrative plane ride back home, private jet, if you please. And this is the reality that Tobagonians are facing today. We are talking about the resources of Tobago. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, as we speak, there are over 2,000 Tobagonians without their hard-earned salaries for more than 2 fortnights. I can't even go without 1 month of pay, much less 2. And this is what Tobagonians are facing at this time, and all they don't want to hear it. But that is the reality. For many of us, the dream of an improved standard of living has turned into a living nightmare. That is the reality. Instead of smoothly paved roads, Tobagonians must now endure potholes almost at every turn, every corner. Instead of widened drains and reinforced walls, many Tobagonians are living in fear that their homes may suddenly slip away. Just on social media, I saw a young lady. She said she reached out to the division, she reached out to the area rep, nothing. And every time rain falls, that young lady takes to social media because she's afraid that her home will slip away. You ain't fixing, huh? You ain't fixing this. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, instead of modernized buildings and facilities, Tobagonians are witnessing abandoned and incomplete projects all across the island. We have become like, it's empty. Buildings here, buildings there, unfinished. You go up to Charlottesville, unfinished facility. You come down to Goodwood, unfinished facility. You come down to Bacalet, unfinished facility. Abandoned. We don't know what's going on, when it will go on, how it will go on. And this is the reality that we are facing under this hapless, incompetent administration. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, instead of improve lives, many Tobagonians, and I'll put it in local parlance, are catching their royal behinds. Single mothers struggling to buy food, they can't even get a food card. That is something all they chastise even a secretary for, because he was able to give single mothers food card. Now they can't even get a food card. Students can't even get a little assistance to pay for their tuition. Students stranded out in Jamaica. Young professionals going and study. Sometimes some of us, because I know the experience, some of us had to clean and sell burgers and do all kind of things to make ends meet, to get a little degree, to come back to build our island. And they can't even get a job. And if they get a job, it's not even a decent one. Some of them had to go and work in the gas station. And then you have the young people, hopeless, hapless, idle, on the blocks, no jobs. And we know what is the resultant, the result of such an issue. It will lead to crime. And that is why I said from the beginning that one of the issues that the young people raise with me is the fear of crime. So you're seeing the nexus between your actions and what we have to endure in terms of the crime. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, the point being emphasized here is that not only has Tobago's physical infrastructure deteriorated rapidly under this, as I said, callous and clueless administration, but even worse, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, is the hardship many Tobagonians are left to endure under this uncaring, spiteful, wicked, evil administration led by the Honorable Chief Secretary. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I wish to remind my colleagues opposite that leaders, whether they guide a family, a community, a corporation, an island, or a nation, bear a crucial responsibility. And that responsibility is to ensure that the well-being and the quality of life of those under their care is put first. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, in the case of those of us as Tobagonians, regardless of where we live or who we support politically, the Executive Council of the Tobago House of Assembly is entrusted with the responsibility of safeguarding our welfare, our interests, our Tobagonian businesses, and our standard of living. This responsibility is manifested in two ways, two vital ways. First, leaders must secure resources. And secondly, they must husband as well as maximize those resources for the optimal benefit of our people. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, it is important to recognize that all leaders of the Tobago House of Assembly, past and present, they have faced and they will face resource limitations. However, those past, especially during the period 2001 to 2021, would have demonstrated a careful ability to allocate resources in such a way that it brings optimal benefit to the people. And we saw the transformation of Tobago. If you walk the length and breadth, I remember as a little boy going to Bishops, and we would walk through the tracks from Bishops to get to Wim. There was a little track, back road that we used to walk through that was a track. And you had to go through Spring Garden Trace. It is the people's national movement who opened up that road. So the road I used to walk on as a little boy is now a road that I am driving on. And that was done by the P&M. I remember for my colleague, councillor, who lives in Plymouth, I am sure she remembers how she used to get over that bridge in Plymouth. And even when it rains and sometimes it may flood, how it became impassable. One car to go in have to wait, and one car to come out have to wait. That is what it was. It was a one-way little bridge. And now it has been opened. The roads all across Tobago have been widened by the People's National Movement. We used to have some little roads where accidents happening almost on a weekly basis. But the P&M would have carefully studied and opened up the roads. When you look at North Side, open up the roads. When you look, I remember in Wim, there was one way in, one way out. Now you can get out of Wim through Backhill. You can get out of Wim through using Idlewild. You can get out of Wim through using School Hill. You can get out of Wim using Dunvegan Road. 4 ways opened by the P&M, just as how we open the gate for young people to be educated. It's so we open the gate so that Tobagonians can enjoy a kind of physical infrastructure second to none. And that is the P&M's record. But what do we have? What is your record? Your record is pothole here, there, and everywhere. And then you make an app called Smart App. If it had common entrance, Smart App would have failed, because it done sent about 20 locations, and up to now, 1 in touch. Smart App. Call it Dunce App. That is what I would call it. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we must remember, as politicians, there's an additional dimension to leadership. All politicians must remember that we assume office after making a pact with the people, often outlined in manifestos, campaign promises, and media releases. This current Executive Council of the THA also has such a pact with the people, replete with commitments and pledges that must be honored. To do anything less than this represents a complete betrayal of the people's trust and undermines the faith placed in us as politicians. Notwithstanding any name changes, notwithstanding, and I repeat, notwithstanding any name changes or even trying to run from your original leader, ultimately, although your leader asks him, come and sit down and talk to the man, right? Ultimately, it is the PDP pact that binds this administration to its obligations, as this is the pact that the people voted for. That is the pact that was on the ballot paper. That is the pact that everybody signed. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, as you are aware, it is the Chief Secretary himself who promised, he's on record as promising Tobagonians a better and a brighter future. And he didn't say for some Tobagonians, He said for all Tobagonians. But you know what? It is this same Chief Secretary that turned wrong, and he labeled some Tobagonians political hires, and he fired them. He labeled some Tobagonians just not good to work for in Tobago, and he fired them. He labeled some contractors corrupt, and he get rid of them. And this is the words of the Chief Secretary. He promised. So the question we have to ask is, can we, as Tobagonians, trust the words of the Honourable Member for Parletuve, Lands for Me, Speyside? Because you see, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, anything less results in the fact that the Chief Secretary would have relinquished the moral, legal, and political authority to lead the people of Tobago, because what in essence you would have done is that you would have fooled the people. You would have duped the people. And in this case, you may have duped the people. Madam Presiding Officer, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, as a word of friendly advice to my schoolmate, my classmate, and my friend, go to the Chief Secretary. My friend. But the news ain't so good in the Chief Secretary. Based on your performance thus far, and I went up in space side too, based on your performance, Tobagonians are saying that your days are numbered and that of your administration. So you have two more years to go. But I'm telling you, based on the last 2 years, Tobagonians are saying, as this motion has said, you need to accept that you all have failed. You need to now sit down, refocus, and prioritize the interests of Tobago and the Tobagonians. Lest the results would speak for itself in that time and at that place. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, me ain't done yet. Tobagonians are asking. They're asking me. I don't know if they're asking you. But they're asking if they are better off today after nearly 2 years of this administration. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I am sure it has not escaped you that the vast number of Tobagonians answering this question are saying a resounding no. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, if you are in doubt, all you have to do is visit CivilNet, survey, and you check it out, if you are in doubt. The people of Tobago gave this administration on that poll that was done just last December, and I'm sure you all would have seen it, a resounding failure. About 70% of the persons responding saying that this administration is doing either, they're doing less than they expected or even worse. So, it's not me said that. That is the CivilNet who said that. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, at this point, I would really want to focus the rest of my presentation on some of the real issues facing ordinary Tobagonians across the length and breadth of the island. The list is not exhaustive, but if you tell me how much time I have left, I will determine how much I speak.
You have 19 minutes.
Oh, plenty time. All right, thank you. So, Sir Deputy Presiding Officer, in passing I mentioned, and this motion really focuses on physical infrastructure. I want to share with you, because I'm coming here, I am the representative of the great electoral district of Darrell Spring Wim. But if you are to traverse some of the roads in Darrell Spring Wim, you will not call it that great. And as you know, if you're for persons who are into geography, Darrell Spring Wim is one of those districts that really borders the capital city. In some jurisdiction, Darrell Spring Wim will be considered suburban. But when you look at some of the roads, especially if you're to traverse Montpelier, of which I have a picture, if you're to traverse Montpelier, Mr. Chief Secretary, I hope you're looking so that you could assist me in getting some of these roads paved. Montpelier, it's like a crater. And we've been asking, we've been begging, we've been pleading, we've been writing, and now I am willing to forego asking the secretary that question up at spell, because I figure that must be the question why he don't want to fix my roads in Montpelier. But I'm willing to forego asking him that question so that the people of Montpelier, we could trade, So I'll trade the question so that the people of Montpelier can get this road fixed once and for all. So Deputy Presiding Officer, I mean, I could go on and on in my district, but I won't be selfish. I took a drive up to Bloody Bay, and in driving Bloody Bay, I was pleasantly surprised because at one point I remember that road seemed to be as though they were going to do some paving. That was the last Blue Food, only to return to Bloody Bay a year later, and the road is in a worse condition than it was before. So I don't know if the goodly secretary doesn't want his political leader to look good, but I would think Bloody Bay, being the district of the chief secretary, would at least get a little love and a little care. So at least I felt a little good that it wasn't only Dario Springwim getting the bad treatment. And then I had reason to drive up to by the goodly representative for Mason Hall Moriah. And I decided I wanted to pass through that Lecato Road to connect to get over to the electoral district of my dear friend, member for Bethesda. And as much as I really wanted to utilize that road, I could have only gone about a few meters into that open area. I don't know where you would call that area, but the road was so bad that I decided not to even chance it, because with the type of vehicle I was driving, definitely couldn't afford. If I had gone down too much, the craters were so deep, the vehicle might have got stuck. So I decided to turn around, and I utilized the Mason Hall and then came around to Providence and then went down to Golden Lane. Such is the reality of the poor infrastructure we in Tobago are facing at this time. And I would say something, we know there's climate change, we know that there are issues, we had a lot of rains and so forth. So I'm not simply blaming you all for the roads. I'm not blaming you all. But what I'm saying to you all is that as an administration, you now need to have a plan, a clear plan, as to how we're going to treat with these physical infrastructure issues. And to come here and pretend that there's no issue, to come here and pretend like everything is so hunky-dory, and that all they're doing such a wonderful job, is to be a blind man in one-eye country. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we have the conditions of some of our public buildings. The Chief Secretary, I know there are some buildings that may have had its own issues from time to time, but when you look at some of our buildings, it needs some TLC. The buildings need some love. And therefore, that is another area that I believe that we should be treating with. When you look at, you go up to Charlottesville, under the previous administration, we were about to build for the people of Charlottesville a spanking new community center. 2 years later, that community center still remains a dream. When you go down, when you look across the length and breadth, and if you compare to the previous administration, within the 20 years, in every community across the length and breadth of Tobago, a community center was either built or refurbished and modernized. When you look at sporting facilities were either upgraded, you had sporting facilities getting light, so before, when it reached about 5 o'clock and sun come down, you couldn't play football, you couldn't play sports. But it is the People's National Administration that saw the vision and the importance of allowing our young people to have access to sporting facilities beyond the sunlight hours. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, all we are saying is that Tobagonians have come to expect a certain standard a certain standard of delivery, a certain standard of ensuring that we build a community. And all we are asking you is to maintain it. Because the point is, you all are so fortunate as an administration. When the PNM came in 2001, Tobago was devoid of so many things. So many things. And it is the PNM, term after term, would have made the sacrifices, build schools, build play parks, build community centers, build health centers. And so all you really have in a real sense is to maintain what you have, and in some instances to upgrade what requires some upgrade. That should be easy work. But what are we seeing from you all? $300 million in development. When that $300 million should have been used, you should have looked at that pool of money and see how can I mobilize these resources to ensure that the countless young people returning from UE, returning from UTT, returning from those US universities can find a sense of place to help us build Tobago. Those $300 million we heard today again was handed out in contracts to persons who don't even live here. Persons, some of them don't even care about here. Because as soon as they get the contract, they're going back to their place. And it's we here in Tobago have to continue to catch we royal. And all we are saying is that the resources that you have, perhaps you're not using it in the best way for Tobagonians, and we are asking you, because Tobagonians are asking us to ask you, can you please ensure that whatever you do is in the best interest of Tobago? Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, just want to reflect on some of the challenges. Economic stagnation has declined. The economy has declined by approximately 2%, while conversely, the national economy continues to grow at approximately 2.7%. The summary dismissal of assembly employees without due process, a reduction of business and consumer confidence resulting in a decrease in access to business financing as well as consumer loans, the delay in the execution of major social infrastructure projects, and I know the Secretary of Education will come to talk, and I hope she tells us what is the status of Scarborough Secondary. I hope she tells us that, because the PNM was in the process, had already identified the lands, and by now we would have had a structure. But 2 years later, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer,
members, please be guided by the standing orders about behavior in the House. Minority Leader, you may continue.
You know, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I expect that from the member sitting next to him, but not from me, godly pastor, man. So, the point is, 2 years later, we are none the wiser where Scarborough Secondary School will be. We are none the wiser when this school will be constructed. In fact, I did not hear any clear plan about the funding of Scarborough Secondary. I've not seen even a request for proposal going out for any designs of Scarborough Secondary. So maybe it's all in the Secretary's head, but I would like to know, and I'm sure the people of Tobago and all those students and those parents who have students going to Scarborough Secondary and relatives who have students going to Scarborough Secondary would love to know what is the status, what is the plan, how are you going to rearrange your resources to ensure that once and for all Scarborough Secondary has a place to call home that is fit for purpose. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, and then there's a question of a lack of transparency. We come in here day in, week, month in, month out, to hear simple questions like you asking the secretary, who are the people managing one of the most important boards in Tobago? And from since April, May, June, July, August, September, October, we come here today again to get a deferral because this secretary is unafraid to tell us that perhaps the person who is managing the Studley Park Enterprise Limited has a degree in planting pumpkins and cucumber and using those pumpkin and cucumber to build a house. So maybe in the quarry, we'll get a beanstalk or something and he would magically create aggregate. And I don't know why he's afraid to tell Tobagonians who the person is. Are you ashamed of your executive chairman? What are you so ashamed about that you can't come in the house? You're running, you're ducking, you're hiding. When I ask you about the board of the Studley Park Quarry, you pretend that you don't know that it have a Studley Park Quarry with a board. When I give you the proper name, Studley Park Enterprise Limited, you turn Momo. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, as I wrap up this motion, I would simply, as I do usually, continue to reinforce to my friends on the other side that it is crucial to recognize that all Tobagonians fall under the Assembly and the Executive Council's responsibility. The business of the Executive Council is not just their business, but it is the people's business as well. It is time to shift from complaining, blaming.
Member,
and
you have 5 minutes of speaking time remaining.
Thank you. And evading responsibility to take in charge, because you are in charge. The future of over 60,000 Tobagonians hangs in the balance, and decisive action is imperative to secure it. For many people, they feel duped. They feel like this administration is not fit for purpose. It is like, and when you hear this administration say that they don't have enough, but who does ever have enough? As a parent, do you ever have enough? Is your pay enough for the CPEP worker who is getting about $3,000? Is that pay enough? But can the CPEP worker tell his son or his daughter, my money is not enough, so I can't take care of you? You make it work. You find ways and means to make it work in the best interest of your son or your daughter. And it's in the same way in terms of leadership. Whatever you have, you allocate the resources in such a way that at the end of the day, whatever you do is to the best interest of those people that you have responsibility for. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, in many cases, the lesser the resources, the greater your responsibility to the people. And as I said, the smaller an individual's salary, the greater the need to set realistic priorities. And that is all we are saying. You need to prioritize. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, today I want to ask every Tobagonian this. If you were to make a choice between having your road paved as opposed to a single highway from Kanobie to Shervan, which would you choose? And these are the questions that should really form the basis of your decisions, because every decision has an opportunity cost. To every action, there's an alternative. And therefore, the actions and the decisions we make must be those decisions that can impact lives, and impact lives in a holistic way. So as I wrap up this motion that calls on this assembly, in the first instance, because they say the first step to recovery and the first step to doing better is by admitting that you have failed. And we are simply asking you to admit that you have not done so well. And in admitting that you have not done so well, you take the time to reprioritize, reposition, refocus, and go forward. And if you go forward and Tobago benefits, by all means, we on this side will continue to sit on this side. But if you continue along the trajectory that you are continuing, then it is obvious that we become the better alternative, which we have, our record proves at this time that we are the better alternative. So as I conclude, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I wish to remind this administration of its obligation, of its mandate, and to tell them, put Tobago people's business first. With those words, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I do beg to move.
Minority Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. I rise to second the motion, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, and reserve the right to speak at a later time in this sitting.
Honourable members, the question proposed is, whereas the 5th schedule of the Tobago House of Assembly, Act 40 of 1996, empowers the Tobago House of Assembly with the responsibility for developing infrastructure. And whereas there has been a significant deterioration in Tobago's physical infrastructure under the present administration, and whereas the maintenance of the island's physical infrastructure has fallen way below the required standard, and whereas there is a growing public concern about the failure of the present administration to deliver on its promises and responsibilities to improve development in many sectors on the island, and whereas the resources allocated to the Tobago House of Assembly are not being utilized to the optimum benefit of Tobagonians, be it resolved that this House acknowledge the failure of the Executive Council to manage effectively the resources available to Tobago. And be it further resolved that this House calls on the Executive Council to prioritize physical infrastructural development on the island and improve the quality of life for the residents and fix Tobago people's business. Chief Secretary.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. Deputy Presiding Officer, I rise to contribute to this motion. I'm not sure what in this secular world you call the Thursday before Carnival, but I recognize that this Thursday is a delusional Thursday for some, and I am grateful that I have the opportunity to contribute to this motion. Let me signal at the very top of my presentation that by the end of my presentation, I will be proposing amendments to the motion as moved by the member for Darrell Spring Wim. Deputy Presiding Officer, you know, after listening to my good friend, my classmate, my schoolmate, my housemate, my schoolmate, I am of the considered opinion that the goodly gentleman is a revisionist when it comes to history. And you see, some revising of history is good, such as the fact that we no longer teach our students that Christopher Columbus discovered the Caribbean. But some revising of history is plain mischievous. And listening to the member opposite, I saw the member opposite even trying to claim among the fame for his party works that all of Tobago knows were done between the period of 1996 to 2001. And some even predating that period. At the onset, I want to point out, as I did in January of 2022, when I came to this house, and in the most extensive manner, detailed the state at that time of the Tobago economy. and what we were inheriting. And I want to commence by pointing out that this administration started our tenure with two odds having to treat with by our planning and our execution. What were those two odds? The first is COVID-19 and how we emerge from COVID-19. And the second odd that we had to face down, unfortunately, is a man-made one that lasted for 21 years called PNM's governance of the island. The member opposite has attempted unsuccessfully, I believe, which means I don't have to take a lot of time this afternoon. He attempted unsuccessfully to try to give a rose-eyed view of the tenureship of the last 21 years. And then, more outrageous and at times perhaps vulgar, was his attempt to compare 22 months with 21 years. And during my presentation, I will demonstrate, as will the other speakers that will follow me, how in 22 months, on almost every single deliverable, this government has outperformed 21 years of work. In some instances, Deputy Presiding Officer, we are doing work in a single year, in some months, that we could not get for an entire term, an entire 4-year term preceding us. The members indicated that his motion is predicated on 3 observations: road infrastructure, along with general infrastructure and what he terms abandonment of some infrastructure. Secondly, employment issues and crime. And he proceeded, and he failed at it too, to try to prosecute his case by nitpicking some areas, hoping to score some political points. I wish to remind Tobagonians and remind this House that when we entered in December of 2021, we entered and inherited a debt, a general debt, exceeding $900 million, with over $700 million of that being to contractors, and a considerable part of that being to election spending that occurred in the months leading up to both the January 2021 and the December 2021 election. Notwithstanding, we ain't cry, we ain't whine, we assessed what we had available for us for development, and we proceeded on some work, part of which included auditing what was clear to us, matters that showed corruption. And I'll speak to some of that because he spoke about us somehow bad treating some contractors in this space. If I am to assess our last 22 months, then you know the acronym PNM can be used. But the acronym will now stand for promises now materializing. The member spoke about incomplete projects, and he proceeded to identify projects that were being done by UDCOT. And this is to show how disingenuous those opposite have been. By UDCOT. When we check up to last fiscal, up to October last year, we were paying UDCOT for the works that we inherited. Somewhere in December thereabout, I recall going to a meeting with UDCOT. The Secretary for Community Development was present. We went to a meeting to get status update, and well, that was January actually. So January this year, but at the start of the fiscal, the last fiscal, October 2022, start of the fiscal, we were still paying UDCOT. So in January this year, we met with UDCOT, and we are going to assess where they are, look at why we can't accelerate some of the works. For a young lady, one of the principals from UDICOT asked for a sidebar meeting. And so we hurriedly went into a side room thinking we would just stand up in a corner and there might be just one piece of information that she didn't desire to share with the rest of the team. That, Deputy Presiding Officer, was how we learned that UDICOT took a decision that they were going to pull out of all of the Tobago projects. That's how we learned. No formal letter, no email. The first time we knew of it is that one of the principals of UDICOT pulled us in a corner before a meeting to say, well, we board meet and we no longer want to do those projects. We will try to complete Collar Hall and the facility at Wim, but the others, you'll be on your own. Subsequent to that, UDICOT has provided us with a 4-man team, 4 individuals, to sit with the THA and for us to go project by project for a handing over. 2 weeks ago, I called the lead for UDICOT in Tobago, and I asked him, I said, but what's happening with the project? Because we need the things to be handed over. To them be told, Chief Secretary, we have some delays on our end. In fact, we have been waiting for UDICOT to hand over blueprints, to hand over scope where they are, so that we can naturally carry on with those contracts. And we are still waiting because the delays are on their end. And on our end, we are trying our best to not just move in and do the projects because we want to do the thing legally and above board. We didn't fight with UDICOT. We could have called lawyers and go for a case of breach of contract, but we're just trying to get this thing to move on. Delays. But then the member comes in the house and says, well, these projects, they stall, nothing happening, without being honest with the people of Tobago and pointing out that UDICOT, which is run by the central government, of which his party is in charge of, is in large part responsible for the stalling of the project. As a matter of fact, Madam Presiding Officer, I recall on one occasion, Deputy Presiding Officer, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. You see, I'm so accustomed to a pretty face behind the lectern. Apologies, Deputy Presiding Officer. So, I recall on one occasion, we met with them at Victor Bruce, soon after coming into office. We pulled all of the stakeholders in sport about the facility in Bacolet. We pointed out to them that the stakeholders are desirous of some variations so that the facility, when completed, will be fit for international sporting purpose. We also pointed out some of the challenges with what was happening at Goodwood. You know what UDICOT did? Left the meeting and just do their own thing and ignored all of the conversations and all of the stakeholders in the room, including Upper Charlottesville. But we won't harp on UDICOT because those projects, whether UDICOT is ready or not, in the coming months we'll move in and continue with those projects because we cannot hold up the work because UDICOT is slow on what should be a legal process. I told you, Deputy Presiding Officer, that promises are now materializing. The member spoke about food cards and attempted to justify a secretary walking around with food cards in the back pocket, 400 to use for electioneering, to give who we want and without any due process. And while he attempted to justify that casually, he failed to acknowledge the fact that this government has increased the amounts on food cards and has a diligent process so that those who truly need as per the criteria that they are getting. Furthermore, I was advised that when I moved into finance, that there used to be a vault in the secretary's office with food cards. That vault, we could ask the minority leader, but that vault was moved out of my office and the food card program was moved to where it rightfully belongs across with social services. And it's not in the office of the Secretary for Health or the Assistant Secretary. The member talk about social services, but on every deliverable for social services, we have done more. As a matter of fact, in our first year in office, this government had the single largest payout for home improvement grants in the history of the Tobago House of Assembly. In over 40 years, this government did that, larger than anything they could manage. Clean. In fact, we wiped the slate clean for people who had approvals, people who were waiting on second payments for the last 21 years. We cleaned that up in 1 year. Deputy Presiding Officer. Deputy Presiding Officer, this administration has paid more on rent for vulnerable and at-risk people than any other administration. And I want to point out something. People who are affected and have been affected by inclement weather, by real emergencies, because there was a time where I'm seeing exec council notes claiming that there were emergencies and they had to just pull people and do roads and so on. And when you look at the weather chart, no rain and even fall. But people are affected by real emergency. The policy that we inherited was one that says we will do 3 months. Well, at the jump, team, I would put you up for 72 hours. Then we will do 3 months rent in the first instance, and then a further year. You know what we have done? We have kept the people who are affected by inclement weather, by natural disaster. We have kept paying their rent even to this day, so that it gives enough time in the space so that as funds are available, the work can happen where they live. But the reality is, in Tobago, there is need for a larger program about learning to live with the sea, learning to live with the realities of climate change. And one of that reality is the government isn't able to build a retaining wall for every single family that wants one. The reality is that sometimes the cost of a retaining wall is far less than the cost of a brand new home. And all of that has to be weighed in determining how we move on that. This government has also, he spoke about social services, this government has also increased the salaries of the lowest among us long before the minimum wage increase. We did not wait on a minister or the Ministry of Finance to do that. We did that ahead of time. So much so that now that the minimum wage was increased, only 3 categories of workers on the island will fall underneath that threshold. We have also employed in the last 22 months more people on the daily rated register of the THA than happened in the preceding years. The member also spoke about a poll done by CivilNet. And that's an interesting poll because my good friend, I am aware, has a postgraduate degree in social sciences. So in the social sciences, I believe is in international relations, a field I have also studied. So I am very much aware that the member opposite knows what constitutes a real poll and a poll that can be held up as a real litmus test, as opposed to something that is a joke among fake profilers on Facebook. And let me go further. If you have a poll, Deputy Presiding Officer, where one person could vote 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 times in the same poll, that is not a real poll. Your information is bound to be skewed. And if for your polling data, you can't identify to Tobagonians and justify what was your polling sample, what was the methodology used, and how you base that poll across the entire island, for all we know, that poll could have been constructed in the household of one individual. Further, Deputy Presiding Officer, this administration has been on a march to replace footpaths and donkey cart roads with actual roads. And there is a dangerous notion that I want Tobagonians to be wary of. And it's a notion that says we should not build any new roads and only concentrate on patching and paving the existing ones that we have. Deputy Presiding Officer, I wish to submit that the both things must happen simultaneously, and we have to find a way to do so, right? We have to find a way to do so. And interestingly, they're saying it's not happening. But if we compare 22 months of this administration that was able to do new roads, new bridges, plural, in 22 months, I dare them to show 22 months, a single 22-month period of any of the previous administration who has been able to do that. As a matter of fact, prior to now, the largest new road built on the island occurred during Ochoa Charles' time. That is when Big Hole in Goodwood started getting fixed. That is what accounted for the Belmont Road going into Mason Hall. That is what accounted for widening and paving of those roads in the district now held by the assemblyman for Bethesda, Golden Lane, and in Providence and so on. So I don't know what he's trying to take credit for. Furthermore, he actually mentioned some roads. If you attended the Blue Food, you will realize that it's only a small part down in the bottom of Bloody Bay that did not get a chance to be paved or patched on or en route to the Blue Food grounds. I know why? Because the one limping spreader we have broke down and the works could not be continued. But all the others were fixed. The Lekoto Mason Road he spoke about, work is actually happening there now. You could drive on it now. When you couldn't drive on it some months ago, 2 days ago if you drive, so I don't know when he went out, or if somebody just sent him a message. But if he actually go and drive on that road now, the road is actively being repaired and is in a better state than it was a month, 2 months, or even a year ago. If you go to the district held Blackrock, that's Blackrock, Plymouth Blackrock. If you go across in that district, you will see the works happening in areas like Roselle that never happened before. And up at Mount Hay, works commencing. So active work is actually being done. And as a matter of fact, since the member likes to quote online, I want to quote online from who might have been a political nemesis at one time. And I'm quoting from this individual among several others, purposefully, because I could recall sometime between 2017.
Member, when you were presenting, the member did not disturb you. Please allow for him to make his presentation. Continue.
Thank you for your protection, Deputy Presiding Officer. I can recall when we were in the minority and we were down in James Park protesting. I remember one of those days we had more sheep than people in the protest over a boat. And I could recall the venom of this individual. She was going live from the steps of courts, cussing me, ridiculing me, bad talking me, up, down, left, right, and center. And so, some night ago, I jumped, I was startled, because I'm home, long day, I'm home after 1 in the morning, and I'm just flicking through TikTok to take my mind off of the day's work, see if something will make me laugh at that hour in the morning, just to wind down the day. And I was startled, so startled, I had to stop, save the video, screenshot, because I couldn't believe my eyes. And this is a TikTok that is done by, with an account called Outside with JB, by one Miss Boxer who at one time was a chief political nemesis. And this is what she wrote. And it's a video of road works. She said, it is, and I quote, Deputy Presiding Officer, "It is so refreshing to see that we don't have to wait for an election to see roads being present continuous fixed." I continue, big up Tobago one time, 3 exclamation marks. I asked the driver if they called an emergency election or something, because we are all immune to seeing roads, especially being fixed a few days before an election. Tobago, well done. Keep making us proud. Close quote. No, she didn't big up the administration, but she bigged up the work of the administration. And that is commendable. In comparing the 22 months to 21 years, I hoped the member would have gone down to the Bloody Bay Beach facility to see where the roof was changed and work is ongoing. In comparing 22 months to 21 years, I hoped the member would have attended the Blue Food Festival to see that for the first time, an actual build-out has started, so that by the time we get to the next Blue Food, we no longer have to use tents and temporary facilities. There will be a permanent Blue Food venue that throughout the year, Deputy Presiding Officer, Blue Food can happen. And when you check the communities between Palatovier and Lansome, a $12 million spend, that's what it will cost us approximately to build out that facility, Deputy Presiding Officer, is larger than any spend for development on that side of the northern coast of Tobago in perhaps more than 2 decades. And let me point out how unfortunate that is, because all of that has implications for things like employment and economic growth for small communities. We are not being partial. In comparing 22 months to 21 years, I would hope that the member would have taken a stop by in Palatovier to see that an almost 2-decade-old platform, concrete platform, that was just there, that construction has started on a new fishing depot for Palatovier, and phase 2, which will bring us to completion, will happen in this fiscal year. I hope, in comparing the 22 months to 21 years, that the member opposite would have pointed out that a former Secretary of Finance, a former Councillor London at the time, moved the workers from Glen Road and Sandy Hall into Victor Hebrews building before it was completed, and successive secretaries have refused to fix the building. And I wish he would have pointed out that in 22 months, a voltage regulator, which somehow we couldn't get for years, is already on island and installation has started. So the problems with the elevators will be fixed, and that the problem with the AC will be fixed, and that a contract will be awarded soon for the roof that's, I'm advised, now at evaluation stage. Imagine, Deputy Presiding Officer, walking with the Chinese ambassador from your office and have to skip around buckets and a caution sign that says you will slip, not because the cleaning lady was mopping the floor, but water pouring through the ceiling. That is what we inherited. And in 22 months, we have moved mountains in an effort to fix that problem.
Member, you have 5 minutes of speaking time.
Deputy Presiding Officer, if we go to the Shore Park complex, how long the roof leaking now? How long the building can hook up to a generator? How long now we have an entire floor unusable? I am proud to announce the roof done fixed, completed within 22 months. And by the way, that is Tobago's single largest development spend of over $1 billion on a single building. And it was in a terrible state. Unused. We are fixing it and using it appropriately. The member spoke about Scarborough Secondary School, and I want to put some things into perspective. You see, when people are disingenuous, and I noticed that, you know, I have a goodly brother, and, you know, if not knowing what we're talking about was a senator, it would be that brother. Right? Talking about this fiscal space for Tobago, and I want to give some comparison. In this fiscal year, Scarborough Secondary is allocated $800,000 for repairs and $1 million to build a school. I want to put it in perspective. To put it in perspective for you, when the Caribbean Development Bank did the assessment with us in 2022, they estimated that a new smart school will cost us $500 million. Guess how much is the development budget of the THA? More than that, Deputy Presiding Officer, when I spoke to the Minister of Finance about the matter, he's adamant that for them, they just build a school in Trinidad for $250 million, and he doesn't want us to have a project that goes above that. I think I successfully argued with him that, look, we could skip the smart school business and just build a modular school. We just need a school. But I argued with him that the cost of construction in Tobago is more than Trinidad, and that what might be 250 million in Trinidad is somewhere between 275 and 290 million in Tobago. Currently, we have vested the lands for the school across at Bacalet, and that's some 27 acres. The tender for designs went out. And let me add that somewhere in 2021, when this government was locked out because there was a deadlock, when we were locked out because of a deadlock, and we were told that they will be fiscally responsible and be prudent and so on, some $43 million was spent on 13.5 acres of land. That might be the most expensive piece of land per square foot on the island as we speak. And after we did the assessment with the CDB Bank, they pointed out that we will need more space. In 22 months, we have had to fix community centers that were relatively new, in particular lowlands and Speyside. As in literally, we do roof, we do flooring, and those are relatively new community centers. In 22 months, we have looked at the Roxwell administrative complex, where there's a problem with the building. You see how black it is? Power washing doesn't work because there's some growth, some fungal growth on the building. Currently, a patch of the building was done to assess whether that particular method will work in permanently fixing the problem. And by the way, that's a new building that also has leaks in it. So to compare 22 months with 21 years, and I understand why the member will want to do so, because the speed at which we have started running means, Deputy Presiding Officer, that we have raised the bar, the expectations of Tobagonians, and that is understandable. But there are a few things that must happen and must be brought into perspective to help move the work along much faster and further. One, and this might be one of the few areas I agree with the member of Roxborough Argyle on, the role that foreign direct investments will have to play in the development of Tobago. If the budgetary space is not there to do all of the works, to fix all of the abandoned roads, all of the abandoned bridges that work
Member,
happen on.
your time has expired.
I'm on my feet here. I'm on my feet.
The member had put on a mic.
But my mic is on, as you can see. She's putting us on, mine is on. I don't know how we operate here. I'm on my feet. The person on his feet speak first. That's the protocol of Parliament.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I beg to move that the member be given an additional 10 minutes of speaking time.
Well, she writes to give him time. Okay, I don't know.
Members, the question put is that the member be given 10 additional minutes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. So at the point of speaking of the role that FDIs can play in Tobago, something that the past administration did not see credence to. We also have to look at the airlift issue where Tobago is concerned. And I've been bemoaning the fact that for the very least, we have not had a return to the full quota of domestic flights as we had them pre-COVID. But this administration is currently looking beyond the Caribbean Airlines to enter into arrangements with other airlines who can service and provide service to the people of Tobago. We look at the issue with the sea bridge, and for time immemorial, for as long as there has been a ferry service between the both islands, from the days of the steamer ships to now, we can't seem to get it right. But we have looked at the area of the sea bridge, and we have even proposed using our vessels to go beyond just Trinidad and connecting Tobago further afield. We have looked at our diaspora as part of the solution in helping us getting the right investments in the right places. We have been exploring the public-private partnership modality. We have also been utilizing the design-build finance modality. As I explained earlier on, getting some of the big projects done while working out contractually an arrangement whereby you can pay little sums over time to get the work done. In other words, Deputy Presiding Officer, the attempt by the member to somehow revise history and to make it appear as if somehow their 21 years were superior to the 22 months is really a kind of gymnastics that we don't want any part of. And therefore, I propose that the motion be amended as follows. I beg to move, Deputy Presiding Officer, the motion be amended by to leave out all the and whereas recitals of the motion and to insert or add and whereas there has been a significant deterioration in Tobago's physical infrastructure under the PNM administration between 2001 and 2021. It is also being proposed to amend the recital at the be it resolved section by leaving out the words failure of the Executive Council and to insert the words the success of the current Executive Council. And finally, we propose to amend the and be it resolved recital by leaving out the words of the recital and inserting and be it resolved that this House supports the Executive Council as it continues to prioritize physical infrastructural development in Tobago, given the limited resources of the Tobago House of Assembly. Therefore, Deputy Presiding Officer, the motion as we propose to amend it will now read, whereas the 5th schedule of the Tobago House of Assembly, Act 40 of 1996, empowers the Tobago House of Assembly with the responsibility for developing infrastructure, and whereas there has been a significant deterioration in Tobago's physical infrastructure under the PNM administration between 2001 to 2021, be it resolved that this House acknowledges the successes of the current Executive Council to manage effectively the resources available to Tobago, and be it further resolved that this House supports the Executive Council as it continues to prioritize physical infrastructure development in Tobago, given the limited resources of the Tobago House of Assembly. Deputy Presiding Officer, I so move.
Is there a seconder to the amendment?
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I beg to second the motion to have the amendments as read by the member for Palantivere, Lansomi Speyside. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I also reserve the right to speak later if necessary.
Members, the amendment to the motion has been seconded by Assemblyman Dr. Faith B. Israel. Honorable House, the question proposed is that the motion be amended by leaving out all the and whereas recitals of the motion and to insert or to add and whereas there has been a significant deterioration in Tobago's physical infrastructure under the PNM administration between 2001 to 2021. It is also being proposed to amend the recital at the be it resolved by leaving out the words failure of the Executive Council and to insert the words the success of the current Executive Council. Finally, we propose to amend the and be it further resolved recital by leaving out the words of that recital and inserting and be it further resolved that this House supports the Executive Council as it continues to prioritize physical infrastructural development in Tobago, given the limited resources of the Tobago House of Assembly. Members contributing in the debate hereafter may speak on the original motion and the proposed amendments. Member for Roxborough.
Of 41 that speaks to amendments to motions. There are under 2 upon any amendment. There are 3 areas of an amendment: to leave out any of the words, to insert words, and to leave out words. But it never said that you can, in total, you have to specify what you're leaving out. We have a situation where all we are hearing is to leave out and all the whereas. Yet one of the whereas remains and the others go. No, at no point it said which one they are leaving out and which one they are keeping.
Remember, he did. If you listen, leaving out all the and whereas recitals of the motion and to insert or to add and whereas.
But the first whereas remain, which is the whereas.
Remember? Assemblyman for.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I must admit that this motion has gotten to the stage where I'm even confused. But I take some confidence in what you have said, that the original motion stands insofar as discussion is concerned. And from that perspective, I wish to continue my debate. Let me thank my colleague on the next side, the member for Palliative Care, Lansomi Speyside, for doing as he was taught, which is to properly represent himself. And so he must be commended for that. Indeed, he fought as he was taught to fight. However, let me say categorically at this point in time, Tobago, I'll rephrase. Let me say that while his arguments are good, while his team would have done some good work, I'm not taking it away from them. I want it to be noted that Tobago did not vote for good. Tobago voted for better. I therefore want to encourage him. Do not settle for good. Do not pat yourself on the back. Do not say that people are saying, well, roads are being paved outside of the electoral season. What Tobago voted for is better. And to me, better would simply result in some minor changes. When one is leaving the airport, A&R Robinson Airport, and they're traversing by bus to Scarborough, that bus shed at the airport has right on its entrance, as you enter the bus stop, a large steel garbage bin that has been there for many years, even before the last 22 months has been there, and that need to be dealt with. I would that the Secretary of Health would pay attention to details. Those are minor details that needs to be addressed. I also wish that the Secretary for Tourism and Transportation would pay attention, and perhaps the Secretary for Infrastructure would pay attention also to the bus shed at Dunvegan Road. It's dilapidated. It's like the bus shed got into an accident and no repair work was done. No one could use that bus shed at all. Just to enter under the bus shed becomes impassable and dangerous, as the roadway is not solid and it's a drain you have to cross. So I would that they would deal with that. I would also that the Secretary that deals with transportation and tourism would rescue the school children who has to stand opposite the market on a day-to-day basis on the main road in Scarborough around Market Square, waiting for a bus when there is no adequate bus terminus, a deal that to provide the protection from the weather. If we are talking about developing Tobago, we must not settle for good. We have to do better than the last regime. And we cannot compare ourselves with them. We must compare ourselves with the ideals that we would have set for ourselves and the ideals members of the public would have set for us. So I challenge my colleagues today on that side not to be comfortable with the minor, but be comfortable with the major. I also heard my colleagues spoke about the Blue Food Festival, and they have done well. I must say, it was well presented this year. And he went on to speak about setting up something permanent, which to me is very good. And I would like to see that. But while he's at that, I will want to speak about the many infrastructure projects that we would have completed, we, meaning Tobago, would have completed, and are now not being utilized. For example, the goat racing facility, or should I say the Boko recreational facility, that is not being utilized on a regular basis. That to me is a waste of good resources. I want to say we must try and utilize that, because the bill or the motion deals with the general infrastructure that is not being developed. And if you're developing infrastructure and leaving them to waste or not utilizing them, then we are wasting public funds. So I would like to see that facility be utilized, the Boko goat racing facility or recreational facility. I would like to see that facility realized. I would like to see also too, while we are boasting about how much money we'll spend on infrastructure in the future months, I would like to see the little things as the Louis d'Or recreational ground be given lights, and also the recreational ground at Patience Hill be given some lights. We will want to see some of these things. And I heard someone whispering start, but Tobago have seen many projects started, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. We want to see projects completed. The Bailey Bridge we have between the police station road in Roxborough and Bloody Bay Road has been there for over 10 years. And it was rented. And it was told a permanent bridge is coming. Today that Bailey Bridge remains in place, because Tobago has become a place where temporary remains as permanent. We want to see the lights fixed and in place so the people at Patience Hill could kick their football at night, and we want to see the lights permanent in place at Louis d'Or so the people up there can kick their football at night. These are what we voted for, simple things. Simple fix. We also want to see lights at the Roxborough Fishing Depot, and the Secretary for Works is quite aware of that. He's quite aware of all of these things. They have a list of all the problems, you know. But the solution is a difficult thing to implement. I challenge them today that the Roxborough jetty should have its proper lights so the fishermen do not have to use their car to scale their fish and ply their trade. While we are at that, I will want to say that the Roxborough Courthouse is sore. That sore site in Roxborough. That great place where the Belmana riot took place. History, 1776, May 1st to May 5th. Where it took place is dilapidated. The elements of the sea is seriously affecting whatever remains of that building. And for some reason, I would like to think, while it falls under the judiciary of Trinidad and Tobago, I'm thinking that the THA can play a role in ensuring that it doesn't pose a hazard and a threat to the people of Roxborough. So I'm saying we should work with the central government in restoring that whole courtyard project in Roxborough. I'm also bothered by the fact that while we have an additional health institution in Roxborough, referred to as the Roxborough Hospital, we have a problem with 24-hour service. It's not operationalized 24 hours, and there are many areas in the hospital that are not utilized. I know the Secretary of Health will speak to that issue, because we are speaking about infrastructure, and we don't just want to have infrastructure, and it's not being utilized. We want our infrastructure to be utilized to the benefit of the Tobago people. Also, when Roxborough had just a health center and a maternity center, there was a nurse's quarters. That nurse's quarters was given to the police when there were no building, but now the police has a building that the Prime Minister boasts is as big as Fort Knox, as strong as Fort Knox. yet the nurses have no quarters. It means that it is difficult to have nursing personnel around the clock in the city of Roxborough, so to speak. And therefore, that is something that the executive should pay some priority to. We're talking about the executive doing works. I'm not just here to beat them, but to point out to them works that needs to be done and to hear their responses to those works. I'm very much also concerned that there's no bus shed at all in Roxborough, none. And Roxborough is second town. No bus shed in Roxborough. Now, if we're talking development and we are saying we have a little bit of money, at least you could put a bus shed. We're not talking about a bus terminus, but a bus shed in Roxborough. There is no bus shed in Roxborough. There's also no public utilities in Roxborough. Should one want to use the restroom within the city of Roxborough while shopping or walking or traversing, there is no restroom there. There are two towns in Tobago. One is Scarborough, the other is Roxborough, and there's no restroom at all in Roxborough, not one single restroom. Tourists who are traversing Roxborough must use a bar or the bushes, which is not good enough, according to the mandate we receive from Tobago. In addition to that, there is no market in Roxborough. Roxborough is a town. There are some components that a town must have. One is a market. There is no market in Roxborough. Yet Roxborough has hundreds of acres of state land, and there is no market in Roxborough. Now, there was one time that Roxborough had a thriving market, and people would come from all over the country to support the market, etc. And a big feature of the market was our butchers. We had several butchers coming from Roxborough and Ford. Currently now, there is no abattoir at all whatsoever in Roxborough. No abattoir. So while you are at infrastructure, let me point out those things. And the Kendall Farm School, which falls under my constituency, on whose behalf I'm speaking, is not operational. And I would that the executive on that side, while they are busy doing what they intend to do, that the Kendall Farm School should be brought up to measure and full capacity. There was a beautiful building at the top of Kendall that houses teachers and lecturers, etc. That road has become impassable, and the building is no longer existent. It is totally broken down and not functional. We are saying Kendall Farm School should be an agricultural institute where the people of Tobago can learn agriculture. There is no other agricultural institute in Tobago other than the Kendall Farm School. It is the only farm school in Tobago, but even that farm school needs some proper infrastructural works and perhaps some human resources that will make the farm school a forward-thinking farm school in our country. So while we are at this, taking note to remind my colleagues or on that side of their promises and responsibilities to improve the infrastructure. And Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, allow me to enumerate some of those promises that they would have made. I do not want to just debate ad hoc, but I want to be very specific and surgical. Almost 1 year ago, 5 days and a few hours, my good colleague on that side, who once stood with me on this side, I think on this side was better for us. There's something devilish on that side across there, Mr. Presiding Officer. I don't know what it is. But he was on this side. He stood well-dressed, and he spoke to Tobago, the public of Tobago, on whose behalf we are standing today and in whose behalf this motion was made. And he made them some promises. He committed every single one of my colleagues on that side to always support and represent the public. And so when I saw the motion, I almost bypassed everything and glued my eyes on to the fourth whereas. And so though I said to strike that out, I think nothing is wrong with that, because it holds the executive to account. And I'll just read it here. I prepared something. I said, whereas there is growing public concern about the failure of the present administration, and that's perception. Some person will say this administration is doing well. Some will say they are feeling. That's a whole perception. There's nothing that is that pins this administration to a life of failure. That's just a perception, one state, one moment, one snapshot. About the failure of the present administration to deliver on its promises and responsibilities to improve development in many sectors of the island. I want to see on October 21st, 2021, my colleague on the next side, the member for Palativere, Lanswami, Speyside, stood and he made a speech and he read from a document committing every single one of those assemblymen to these things. One, and I'm going to paraphrase it, to hold town hall meetings within their constituencies on all matters affecting the lives of their constituents. And I know that none of my colleagues on that side has kept that commitment. They have not kept that promise. It was an individual call for all of the members to have those town hall meetings where they discuss matters that affect the lives of the constituents and develop consensus. That was one of the promises made to develop Tobago through consensus building. And that's how a democratic society exists. Two, to respect and represent all the views of the minority and the majority within the community. That was some of the promises they made to develop Tobago. And they made that promises under the PDP platform. Under the PDP platform, they made that promise because the PDP is bent on developing a solid structure. I don't know who they are right now, but I will not get into that, as I don't want to engage in that level of conversation. I'll save that conversation for a different time, a different place. But two, they were supposed to respect and represent the views of all, the majority and the minority. Tobago is looking at that. There are folks in our society who feel marginalized, who feel ostracized, who feel that they're not being given a voice, etc., simply because they belong to a minority. These are some of the promises made on the platform and some of the responsibilities of this team to the people of Tobago. The third promise they made was to live in harmony and close and connected to the people. As I traverse sometimes, this doesn't seem to be taking effect at all. To live in harmony and close connection to the people. The fourth was to maintain a continuous, unreserved communication with the public. This was to ensure that they are available and that conversation flows both ways between the public themselves and the public. People believe that this is not happening, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Number 5, they also promised to have zero tolerance on corruption, nepotism, and wastage. And I will not say anything further on that. The people of Tobago have to look at all of those things. Zero tolerance on corruption, nepotism, and wastage. 5, they were supposed to be used responsibly, the state resources, and also their privileges as secretaries or whatever, as officers of the THA. 7, they were supposed to fight relentlessly for the individual, the family, and the community of Tobago. In other words, we promise the people of Tobago we will fight for them, child by child. I'm not giving way. Yeah.
Member?
You don't even know what you're saying.
Member,
Thank you,
continue.
sir. Thank you, sir. I will not say anything further than that. I promise myself I'll be a better man every day until I become the best man. Until I become the best man. So I will not say anything further than that. I'm striving to be the best man. So, pass on that. So I'm saying we had promised the people of Tobago to fight relentlessly for the individual, the family, and the community. We said, let's build a better Tobago, and that was a fight. Let's build a better Tobago. And I show my colleague across here from Palataville and Summit Space, I will remember that. Let's build a better Tobago. Child by child, family by family, village by village. We were supposed to fight for all. The question is, are we doing that? Are we fighting for everyone? Does the society that exists out there believe it's a fight for them, an individual way, a family way, and a community way? And the last one, we were supposed to put the constituency first. We promised the people that. And it was our responsibility to please each and every man to place his or her constituency first and above themselves. In other words, we'll put the constituency on a pedestal. We will ensure that the constituency benefit. Should we be elected, they would benefit from electing us. Madam President, Sir, I got distracted when the guy spoke. Right. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, Tobago is wide awake. We are no longer in a sleeping stage. We are prepared to listen and look, review and refuse or choose. It is my earnest appeal today that let us not forget our moorings. Let us not forget where we came from. Let us not forget our commitment to the people. Let us rise beyond the flash in the pan experience and let's create something more permanent, something more lasting, something that every Tobagoan, every man, every woman, every child, every family, every community can say, yes, this is the party that we have voted for. We promised the people that we would give them a community budget, community funding. Right here we discussed and we said, okay, they can't afford one. What's going on down there?
Continue.
Could you please stop disturbing?
Continue, member.
Thank you, sir. And so we promised the public every constituency, or we say electoral district, $10 million. We came here, we reduced it, can't afford it, to $150,000. I'm awaiting that to see how far we go with that. I'm hoping to get that money by the 1st of next month because my constituency could draw on it. As small as the 150 is, we can draw on that money. And so with that, I want to tell my colleagues on that side, stick to your promises. You are being judged every day. Thank you.
Member for Bethesda Lekito.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Every time I hear member for Bethesda Lekito, I feel so proud that the people in that electoral district have reverted to leadership that makes sense after our 16 years of being in the doldrums. I stand in this house as Secretary of Education, Research and Technology with a duty to serve the people of Tobago and also with a deep responsibility to the truth Seated here this afternoon, it has been disheartening to witness the manner in which the minority leader has chosen to represent the situation through a motion we have now thankfully amended. The Tobago House of Assembly Act 40 of 1996 does indeed place upon us a mandate for infrastructure development, and this is a mandate we have accepted with dedication and with vigor. To claim a significant deterioration in Tobago's physical infrastructure under this present administration is a gross misrepresentation of that. Allow me to clarify. Firstly, deterioration. It is crucial to differentiate between the inherited deterioration of the past regime and the previous neglect of that regime and what is alleged to be a product of this current administration's tenure. We, as an administration, no doubt, have been tirelessly addressing the backlog. We have been setting the standards, and we've been ushering transformative change across all physical infrastructure. Secondly, maintenance. While genuine concern of the public are always welcomed and addressed by this administration, it is pivotal to differentiate between genuine grievances and those fueled by political mischief. This administration's efforts and accomplishments in numerous sectors, particularly education in this regard, are tangible, palpable, and visible to the discerning eye. Lastly, resource allocation. Each penny allocated to the Tobago House of Assembly has been judiciously used, always bearing in mind the optimum benefit of Tobagonians. We have been transparent in our spending, and our financial handling is an open book. This is reflective of our commitment to Tobago's growth, and to prove that, I will now give a snapshot of the finances expended from DP for the school repair program in the first instance over the last 10 years, as per the records of the Division of Education, Research and Technology. School repair 2013, 14 million, 2014, 15 million, 2015, 19.8 million, 2016, 15 million. Approximately 63 million spent on SRP in the 2013 to 2017 term of a PNM-led administration. Stay with me. 2017, 13 million. 2018, 15 million. 2019, 16.4 million. 2020, 17.6 million. 2021, 16.3 million allocated, but no school repair executed owing to the COVID-19 pandemic. That is approximately 62 million spent on SRP in the 2017 to 2021 term of a PNM-led administration. 2022, 43.6 million. 2023, 20 million with variations still to be calculated, which is already approximately 63.6 million spent in only 22 years of let me retract. Spent is the amount of time I thinking it should happen in man. Spent in only 2 years of a Farley Chavez Augustine-led administration. And from this 10-year period, we had the first 4 years, 63.8, the second 4 years, 62, and in 2 years, $63.6 million on the SRP. Now to call Mr.
Member.
Now to call for acknowledging the failure of this Executive Council, with all due respect, such a claim is not grounded in truth. This administration, under the leadership of the Honorable Farley Chavez Augustine, has been taking strategic, targeted, and effective steps to uplift Tobago's infrastructure and quality of life, and our vision is comprehensive, it is inclusive, and it is forward-thinking. A motion rooted in selective portrayal stands in stark contrast to the ground realities we witness daily. Let me now demonstrate through a focus on a few schools, the aforementioned. I wish to start with the Scarborough Secondary School, a school I have been a teacher myself for 10 years. It is crucial to Tobago to remember the landscape we inherited, particularly at this school. The school's auditorium, once a reflection of decay, now thrums with renewed vigor, all thanks to our unyielding commitment as an administration. Plumbing and sewer systems have been reimagined from the ground up. Classrooms have metamorphosed into environments that beckon knowledge and creativity. But there's a chapter in this school story that the minority leader conveniently omitted. On the north compound stands an abandoned building, a symbol of mismanagement and misallocation under the previous stewardship of the Tobago House of Assembly. I myself was a teacher at Scarborough Secondary School in or around 2015 when a company by the name of Foster Cummins and Associates constructed a concrete structure which was meant to be a beacon for technical education. Today, it stands as a monument of neglect, a clear example of 21 years of the PNM's legacy of the 3 Fs. Friends, family, and financiers. Corroded beams, misaligned window frames, and a separating blockwork speak of a potential foundation failure. And the cost of this testament to inefficiency is $2 million. Funds that could have been redirected to truly meaningful endeavors, such as the reconstruction of the school they so audaciously demand in a mere 2 years that they could not deliver in 2 decades. Let us now draw examples from another academic institution whose transformation is nothing short of remarkable. The science labs at the Signal Hill Secondary School, once tales of prolonged neglect since 2018, have been completely overhauled by this administration. Today, they stand as cutting-edge centers of inquiry and innovation, driving our students' scientific curiosities. The Food and Nutrition Lab, built from scratch, signifies our commitment to modernity and is tailored perfectly to the curriculum. They no longer have to use that which belongs to Whitehead. Moreover, recognizing the importance of a conducive environment, we have expanded the school's cafeteria, providing a space where students can nourish both their bodies and their minds. We have also importantly introduced a conflict resolution room, first of its kind in Tobago, which signifies our deep commitment to holistic education, ensuring that our students not only grow academically, but also emotionally and spiritually. Yes. I now wish to place our focus on the Mason Hall Secondary School, a school that, until our intervention, has seen no repairs since the mid-2019 period. Our dedication is its rejuvenation in every corner, from structural joint repairs to the Thermotech 99 you so much questioned me in this house, to the latest materials of comprehensive upgrades, including enhanced AC systems and the renovation of 21 classrooms as well as the auditorium. We have left no stone unturned. Our commitment to Mason Hall Secondary is a clear testament to the breadth and depth of the vision of the Division of Education, Research, and Technology. Financially, our commitment is unwavering. The 2022 budget of a formidable $43,604,713.90 speaks volumes about our determination and prioritization of education in Tobago. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, our actions, our tangible results, and our unwavering commitment to Tobago's growth and progress are the clearest responses to any narrative of neglect. Let me now provide a cross-section of the works completed in this year's SRP to further refute the minority leader's claims. The School for the Deaf, roof repair, plumbing, masonry works, metal works, fencing, AC unit servicings, tiling, fungus and beetle eradication at a cost of $882,333. Hope Anglican Primary, carpentry works, doors and window replacements throughout, general construction works, plumbing, AC works, paving works, $680,130. St. Andrew's Anglican Primary School, plumbing works, ceiling works, windows and door repairs, signage, eradication of rodent, which is ongoing, electrical works, fencing, metal works, deep cleaning and sanitization, landscaping and ground maintenance, general construction, $563,000. And this is in addition to the $500,000 we spent last term to also treat with deep cleaning, sanitization, and rodent eradication. The Pentecostal Light and Life Primary, and I'm just calling a snapshot. I have about 7 or 8 pages of this. General construction, window installation, door installation, plumbing, $500,000 again here. Mason Hall Primary, general construction, AC installation, electrical, plumbing, fencing, tiling, $476,745. Speyside Anglican, general construction, plumbing, welding and fabrication, electrical and painting, $450,586. I can provide you, minority leader, with the document. I realize this year you kind of ease off a bit. I don't know. You are walking around and you are seeing the work to yourself, I am certain. But I want to bring Tobago's attention to other areas that DIRTEC is responsible for, because we're not only responsible for schools, but I almost forgot Scarborough RC. Ooh, Scarborough RC. How I could forget Scarborough RC? My daughter left Scarborough RC in 2018. She was the last standard 5 out at Bacalet and missed the opportunity to be in that facility right there at the foot of Mount Mary there, through Smithfield, that area, yeah. This is one of the schools poorly built and maintained by your administration, minority leader. After spending almost $70 million to build the Scarborough RC school, it has already cost us $3 million in repair. $3 million. And you all would have heard all the stories about the broken tiles and having to... Excuse me? You all would have already heard all the issues we've had with replacing tiles, students falling on them and so on. 70 million, approximately 70 million, and in no time, $3 million to repair. Let me now move to the Kendall Aquatic Facility, built a mere 7 years ago, and is now costing us almost $5 million in renovation. The Scarborough Library, which started since I was probably in just coming out of high school and completed only in 2015, is now costing us $4 million to repair a roof that is caving in as we speak. Tobago, I hope you are paying attention to what the P&M shoddy work is now costing us. $33 million is how much we have to spend at DIRTEC in any given year. That's the DP. The same DP, you have the grants, bursaries, and scholarships that you just spoke about coming out. The same DP, when you're spending a 43 on your schools, you're spending a 4 on your library, you're spending a next 2 or 3 on your pools, and that's the same DP, where for the first time in a very long time, we have gotten to almost $12 million in scholarships, bursaries, and grants with only a $500,000 allocation. So we have been taking little and making a lot out of it. $500,000 is the allocation. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, in the journey to good governance and leadership, there will always be voices of dissent, of critique, and of opposition. This is the essence of democracy, and we accept that. However, What stands as paramount is the veracity, the grounded reality, and the tangible evidence that supports or refutes the claims made. The motion presented by the minority leader today, while eloquently worded, unfortunately veers away from empirical data. Let us not be swayed by mere rhetoric, but remain firmly grounded in what we see with our own eyes. What we experience day to day on this island called Tobago, and what we know to be true. The achievements of our administration, the relentless work in every division, especially in the realm of infrastructure, are there for all to see. Schools have been revamped, roads have been improved, and public facilities have seen unprecedented upgrades. To argue otherwise would be to ignore the very ground we walk on, the classrooms our children study in, and the roads that connect our families with our communities. It is essential that as representatives of the people, we approach our responsibilities with honesty, with integrity, and a commitment to the truth. It is not about scoring political points, minority leader, or furthering a narrative. It is about placing Tobago, its progress, and its people first. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, the minority leader's claims today have been soundly refuted, and I am certain that my colleagues who are still to speak will further this stance. It is not just refuted by words, but by the very fabric of the infrastructure we actually are seated in here today. It is furthered by the smiles on the faces of our children who now study in better environments, by the increased ease by which our citizens navigate this island. And I wish to say, thank God for this Farley-led administration. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, let this House remember that our shared goal is the betterment of Tobago. I urge every member to set aside political differences and to join hands, just as we did in Ghana, Mr. Minority Leader, just as we did in Ghana. Let us join hands in celebrating the achievements made and to collaboratively work on the quest to make Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. I thank you.
Minority Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Mr. Deputy Presiding, I'm looking at the time and I'm seeing it's 4:27. And
yeah, at 4:30, we'll extend.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, for the opportunity to contribute to the unamended version of the motion and to advocate as well as to highlight the need for improved physical infrastructure development on our island. And yes, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we recognize that with time, there will be wear and tear on our physical infrastructure. Normal wear and tear, you may have wear and tear due to unforeseen circumstances, be it natural disasters. And we have seen some natural disasters in our recent past with the heavy rainfalls. And Madam Deputy Presiding Officer, we are saying that there is a need to address our physical infrastructure. We have also seen in the public domain that there's a growing concern about this administration's failure to meet its obligations and to deliver on its promises. And Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I just want to go to a few promises that were made by this administration. And it started with
their PDP mandates on the election huskings, when they transformed into independence and now TPP, when the people were saying, what is your mandate? They would have indicated that a number of persons contributed to the mandate and they will continue on with the PDP mandate. And one of the promises that this administration made was to inspire and impact good governance and transparency so that they are responsive to the needs of all the people. And I want to bold and underline all. Even put it in caps, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, because we have seen that there has not been good governance. We have seen that this administration has not been transparent, although the Secretary for Education just spoke about transparency.
Member, Leader of Assembly Business.
This House remains seated until all the business of the order paper has been dispensed with.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that all members remain seated until the business of the House is completed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? Minority Councillor, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. As I was saying, that there was a promise for good governance, there was a promise for transparency, and there was a promise that this administration will be responsive to all the needs of Tobago. And in spite of what the Secretary of Education and member for Bethesda, Lekito, in her contribution just indicated that they have been transparent and they have been accountable. But Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we have seen in this House that this administration has not been transparent and has not been accountable. If you look at the order paper, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, months and questions remain unanswered. A question about the budget for Carnival, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, this administration could not answer. The Secretary for Infrastructure is unable to answer a question about who are the members of his board and the stipend. We have come 3 or 4 times in this House discussing the allocation of the Tobago House of Assembly. We had the June budget last fiscal. We had it for the coming fiscal 2024. And the Secretary of Finance in his presentation failed to account to the people how the monies that were expended by this administration were spent. So I don't understand what is the accountability and good governance. And Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, it pains me. It pains me. And I want to go back to the order paper for today, because I recognize that the format of the order paper was a little different from that in the past sittings that we have had. And there were some questions. So deferred questions, the list has been long. And for this order paper, we would have seen where it was identified when the responses should have been available. And that just goes to speak to the accountability that this administration is talking about. Lack of accountability and transparency. As I find it, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I will move on and come back to that point. Another promise that was made, and this time in the 100-day plan of the administration, it was said that this plan, this is the 100-day plan in the PDP mandate, was designed to allow the island to experience an early start stage development trust for 2021. And Mr. Presiding Officer, the facts of the matter, and again I want to go back to the contribution of the member for Bethesda Lekito. And the member was indicating that this motion was not predicated on any facts and no information. It was lacking the data. But, Mr. Presiding Officer, I want to go back to the point that okay, sorry, Mr. Presiding Officer. So yes, the member was talking about lacking of information. But Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, if we go again to the data and lack of accountability, in the presentation of the member of Palatuvier, in his budget presentation in June, the member would have spoken about the economic activity for this fiscal year. However, he did not speak about the economic outlook and compared it to that of previous years. And from the information, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, the information would have indicated, and if you would have done the comparative, that coming out of COVID-19, that the former PNM administration had an improvement in the economic outlook of our island. And economic growth coming out of COVID was a little above 4%. But we would have seen after this administration would have taken office that there was a decline in the economy of 2%, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, and this information came from the Office of the Secretary of Finance. We would have also seen, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, where the agriculture sector fell by 9.5%. We would have seen where the construction and quarrying fell by 34%. We would have seen where finance and real estate fell by 5.1%. And this sector contributed to 27% of the economy. So, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, there's a clear indication that all is not well. So all that they are saying that things are good, the data says otherwise, and it's because of their policies, it's because of their inability to keep their promises, it's because of the direct policy of this administration why we are seeing what is happening. And again, I want to go back to the Monday promises. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, this administration promised that they will have a Monday quarterly. I cannot remember when the last Monday occurred. They started off one Monday, I think they skipped a quarter, they went on to the third or fourth quarter, but we are into the final quarter of 1 year. And I don't think I have seen a Monday for this calendar year. And on the first Monday, there was promises about the introduction of a smart app. And this is Show Me a Road, the Show Me a Road app. And they were encouraging residents to report potholes across the island. I am not sure if that smart app ever worked, because we would have heard complaints from residents throughout the length and breadth of Tobago, complaints about them reporting information, reporting potholes to this app, and nothing has occurred. From the time the smart app would have been launched up until now, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we have not heard anything about what the smart app would have contributed in terms of the repairs to potholes and the upgrades of roads throughout the island. There were also complaints, Mr. Presiding Officer, a lot of complaints about the app. Another Monday promise was about the traffic lay-by at the Signal Hill traffic lights. And this was to be installed in preparation for the full reopening of school. And I think this was last year, September. I have not seen, we have not heard, we have not had any updates about what would have transpired or what is happening with the traffic lay-by at the traffic lights at Signal Hill. What happened, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, to the promise of the community groups and small contractors that would have begun to receive contracts for the maintenance of recreation grounds, commencing with Calder Hall? Before coming to this house today, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I had to check with some of the groups who utilize the playing field at the Calder Hall grounds. And to date, a year and sometime after, no small contractor in the community has been engaged and no works were done on the Calder Hall playing field. What about the upgrades to the Buku and Charleville playing field? I don't know if they were fixed. We are hoping that if the member contributes, the member of infrastructure or the member of community development is contributing, that they can give us an update. What is happening, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, with the Scarborough redevelopment project? We would have seen the consultations. After the consultations, we would have spoken to the businesses and the persons in and about Scarborough. And even after the consultations, those businessmen and women were unaware as to where they fit into the whole Scarborough development program. If when the program started, what will be there, if they are to stay in the city, if they will be relocated. And there were more questions than answers after the consultation. So, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, it will be good for the member to indicate what is the status of the Scarborough redevelopment project. We would have seen some work happening at the boardwalk in Scarborough, and we welcome that. Thank God for the motion, so we could have seen some activity happening there, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I just want to touch a bit too on some of the contributions by the member, the Chief Secretary and member for Palativere. And the Chief Secretary would have spoken about a debt that was inherited exceeding $900 million. And again, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we are saying that government is a continuum and there will be debt inherited. But again, it is how you use the resources to manage. So yes, the past administration would have incurred and would have left debt, but we would like to know currently what is the debt that this administration has incurred, because the member in a response to a question by the member for Roxborough would have spoken about a number of projects exceeding millions of dollars, some of which they have not started paying. So every time the member stands to speak about debt, he speaks only about the past debt, but nothing about the current debt that is being incurred. And it would be good to have some information, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, about what is the current debt that this administration has incurred since coming into office, December 2021 to present. The member for Bethesda would have spoken about the largest amount being expended on a school repair program in a 2-year period. And she quoted the amount of $43+ million in the 2-year period, Mr. Presiding Officer. 63 million. Thank you for the correction. But Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, this is probably the 2 years that we would have seen the most commerce and confusion in a school repair program. The member spoke to Scarborough Secondary School, and we saw videos all over social media for months about students home, students going elsewhere to pursue education, about a waterfall in the auditorium in Scarborough Secondary. And the list goes on. We saw where schools, after being closed for 2 months, could not be opened on September, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. And this is a cry that we have spent so much money. If we have spent so much money, Mr. Presiding Officer, Deputy Presiding Officer, some of the issues that we would have seen with the school repair program should not have existed, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. And again, back to Scarborough Secondary, is this the reason why the parents were ready and willing to protest after sending letters to the division with no response? If they were being given the attention that they require, they should not have reached to the stage where they wanted to protest before the opening of the school term. We've seen St. Andrew's Anglican School not able to open. We have a plethora of issues from principals and teachers that no work was done throughout the vacation period. But teachers and principals are opening school because of the love, because of how dedicated they are. And Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, is not one school, is not two schools, is not three schools. A number of schools had the same complaint. So what really occurred? What was the funding? What was the expenditure of 63 plus million? Yes, the secretary would have listed out some things, but clearly, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, that did not have the impact that it should have, and it clearly did not resonate with the persons who it should have, because we should not have the complaints that were generated by the stakeholders and the people, the parents and teachers and principals who were impacted, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. And again, the member spoke to the fact of friends and families and financiers that the PNM were engaging, and that's what we were all about. This administration should not even speak about friends and family and financiers, Mr. Presiding Officer. The first order of business was for a member to elect his brother to sit on a board, Mr. Presiding Officer. If that is not family and friends, I don't know what is, Mr. Presiding Officer. If that is not a conflict of interest, I don't know what that is. Family and friends and wives working with each other's electoral offices, Mr. Presiding Officer. If that is not family and friends, I don't know what is. But Mr. Presiding Officer, I want to now boast about the achievements. And yes, we on this side, we are proud of the administration that we are part of, because there were achievements. We would have transformed this island over the 21 years that we were in government. How many secondary schools we would have built? I remember when I went into secondary school, there was Bishops, Roxborough Sec, Scarborough Junior Secondary, and Signal Hill. This PNM administration built the Speyside Secondary School. The PNM administration built the Mason Hall Secondary School, Speyside Secondary School, and we assisted the Light and Life as well as the Mason Hall Secondary School, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. This PNM administration would have constructed, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officers, primary schools. Yes, there were issues with Scarborough RC, but we would have provided construction of Scarborough Primary School, St. Andrew's Anglican, Scarborough Methodist. We would have also contributed to Light and Life, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Mr. Presiding Officer, if we go to the construction and refurbishment as well as resurfacing works across the island, some major roads including Mountain George, Stanley Park Road, Rinwood Road, Northside Road, Rockley Vale to Providence, Easterfield Branch Road, Gardenside Street, Lambeau Main Road, Annersville Road, Daniel Trace, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, Smithfield Connector Road, bridges. When we talk about bridges, Lambeau Bridge, real bridge, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, that requires piling and not one that requires a duck pan, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Upgrade to secondary roads on the island, Bleming Housing Project in Hope, Annesville Road, Farm Road in Mason Hall, Idlewild Trace. Completing retaining walls and slipper drains in communities including Charlottesville. And Madam Deputy Presiding Officer, the list goes on and on. The construction of homes, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. We hear time and time again, watch me work. We are watching and we are not seeing anything, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. The figures just keep changing, going downward.
Members, this is not a fish market. We are guided by the standing orders. Please allow the member to finish her contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. As I was saying, every budget statement that is read here, there's a new revision to the number of homes that will be built. And we are yet to see one built, Mr. Presiding Officer. But the PNM administration would have had a track record of building homes. So you should go back and look at that and take some lessons from that. When we speak about the rehabilitation of the highway, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, the construction of the Smithfield Bypass Project Phase 1 and 2, the commissioner of the second of the 3 major dual-lane bridges, Milford Road, Thompson River Bridge, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. And Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, there's a long list. Cove Eco-Industrial Estate, just look around. Community centers, health centers, and by the own admission of the Chief Secretary in a town hall meeting could have confessed. And it is the work of the former PNM administration that the administration would have built community centers, and the ratio of community centers to people, health centers, the ratio of health centers to people. And that is a boast because the former administration, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, would have delivered. And that is why he would have seen it, so the member had no other choice but to confess, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, the good works of the past administration. So what we are saying, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, is build on work of the past. That is what governance is about. Building on the work of the past, governance is a continuum. And our expectation is that you will do what you have promised. Do what you have promised in your 100-day plan. Do what you have promised in your mandate Mondays. Come back to the people and tell them what you have achieved based on your promises from the mandates. Built on your promises from the PDP mandate. So, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we are saying that there's work to be done, and there should be no discrimination, because we are all Tobagonians, and you are here, this administration is here to govern all of Tobago in spite of the color jersey that they wear. Yes. Because there are people who are sitting in this house who was cussing PNM up and down, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, but kept
Member, you have 5 minutes of speaking time.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, and I will wind up in those 5 minutes. So yes, there are people currently sitting on the side of the administration who had nothing good to say about the PNM administration. You know where they were employed? They were employed under a THA led by the People's National Movement. They ran against the PNM in elections, went back, lost the election, and went back and sat in their But we are not seeing that with your administration. As soon as you speak, share an issue, say that you are in the wrong, instead of dealing with the issue, what you do is to terminate people's employment. You terminate people's employment because they are quote-unquote political hires. I wonder how many political hires are now engaged with this administration. So the point, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, in winding up, is that you are there to serve all the people. And all Tobagonians deserve to participate in all that Tobago has to offer. And it's not only for family and friends and financiers, according to the Secretary for Bethesda. It is not only for family and friends and financiers, but it's for all of Tobago. And even P&M people are Tobagonians. That this administration, by its promises, have promised to, and even by the oath that they took, to provide for all of Tobago. So, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, with those words, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
A member for Bethel Newgrange.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, for the opportunity to join this debate. Normally, when I come to the House, I am very, especially if I have to be a part of the debate, I am very excited and all of that. I feel flatlined at this point. And all and sundry know that I am a perennial optimist. And you remember the last time I was on my legs in this House, and the minority made this presentation, and I chided with him and always try to bring out something that will make the debate useful. And I think that when we come to this honorable House, it is reasonable to expect a useful debate, and on a day like a private members' day, especially after we saw images of the minorities visit along with other members to this great conference in Ghana. I was hopeful. I'm being honest, I was hopeful. I was hopeful, and I said, you know, it's a parliamentary association conference and you would learn some things. But I realized that you really can't expect A-class performance from a B-class also. And so you have to just deal with it as it is. And this motion in its original state only serves to try and draw this honorable House into one of the most depressing, disingenuous, despicable, and perhaps even disgusting conversations ever to be entertained in these halls. But he said one good thing and one truthful thing. He said, we shall stay on this side. And I want to amend that to say, he should say, we shall stay on this side indefinitely. And we realize, sensible people will agree, that the motion needed some cleaning up, and thankfully, you know, we for the intervention of the Honorable Chief Secretary and so on. So I am going to speak on the clean motion, or perhaps better put, the cleaned motion. And of course, in order for us to have an appreciation of this, and we want to belabor the point, you know, we don't want to spend too long here, because a lot of that have been said really is just nonsensical rhetoric. But you know, the Chief Secretary mentioned about history and so on, how a man will try to, you know, twist history to facilitate the folly that he wants to put out in the public space and so on. And you know, you try to look at even the argument they make it, that you're trying to compare. And we are proud of the PNM and all that kind of thing. You know, this requires David Rada. This is not a debate. This is madness. Because I mean, seriously, you try to reconcile what has been said. I mean, think about it. Think about it from say 2001 to 2020, right? Tobago received under the PNM about $5.4 billion for development, right? And that could work out to an average of about 285 million per year kind of thing, right? And I just want to just take out, because it don't make sense to go back all day. I just want to take out a 3-year window. A 3-year window between, let's say between 2010 and 2013, 3-year window. And look at just three projects that were kind of happening kind of simultaneously. And from those 3 projects, financial complex, library, cultural complex, and we could throw in the market for good measure. Just the overruns alone, just the overruns. The financial complex was 200 million. The library was 300 million. The cultural complex was just about $1 billion. And then the market that they power wash was $36 million. It's crazy people. It's crazy people. And had the unmitigated gall to come and say, we proud PNM. Is that to be mad people? But you see, what we miss is the opportunity cost. $1.5 billion in overrun in a 3-year window. 3 years. $15,000 million. Say it again. $15,000 million of cost overrun in a 3-year window. The PNM preside over that. Right? And you ask yourself, so when them trying to talk about you could have built school and you could have had more social services, I mean, duh. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. It just don't make sense. I don't want to take too long, because this is not a debate. This is madness. It's madness. Now, and let me just jump because in the divisional committee when we started this journey 2021 December. 2 months in, we receive, because we have, he talk about some projects under the division and so on, talk about Bacalet and Goodwood, and, he suffer, Mr. Presiding Officer, we've seen the evidence is here, that he suffer from information deficit disorder, right? So, yeah, Bacalet. We receive information from Uricot, invoicing the division for $10.5 million, violating the contract with the division, engaging an engagement with the contractor without informing the division and then billing the division for $10 million. Wicked is an understatement. Evil, miscreants, I dare say. And then they send another invoice, Charlottesville Community Center, and the invoice for Bacalet is dated November 25th, 2021. Bacalet. Yes. The invoice, our reference number, everything, you go check it out. Charlottesville, they sent another invoice for $933 million. The thing that has bothered me with the Charlottesville thing, just as the Chief Secretary was saying a while ago about the conversation with Uricot, so that the end users, the people that are supposed to use the facility, they must have a say in what they want in the committee. They break down the Charlottesville community center and the pavilion rather, to build that micro mall they have along the waterfront there. And you break down the thing and want to build back something less than what the people want. I mean, who does that? Who does that? You understand? So they change the whole footprint and all that problem had nothing to do with the division. That problem arises because of UDCOT and how they handle it. And UDCOT, we must say without contradiction, is a creature of the PNM. It is a creature of the PNM. So they want payment for Charlottesville. 2 months in, they want payment for Charlottesville. They want payment for Bacolet. They want payment for Goodwood, right? They want the payment. And the thing about it is not as if the division was delinquent in paying them. When the chief secretary said that in December, there was evidence that we were paying them as per the relationship that we had and the contract that we had with them. And I was in the room when they came to Shaw Park and with the sidebar that the chief secretary mentioned that they wanted to just stop all the projects that they do. It is part of the war that they're trying to fight us in Tobago. That's what they're trying to do. They figure that if you try to pressure them, if you try to pull, all your support and that you will beat us into subjection, but you ain't no Tobagonians yet. And this group here, this group led by Farley Chavez Augustine, we may look, unassuming, but we are a bunch of people with a kind of resolve that we are going to build a Tobago. We're going to build a Tobago that everybody will be proud of, and nothing and no one will stop it. Cheer them on up. I mean, I don't have time to talk about all the works that we have done in more recent times. I don't have time to talk about the work we've done at the Dallaford Community Center, the Speyside Multipurpose Facility, the Hamden Lowland Multipurpose. I don't have time to talk about the upgrades in Pembroke and Glamorgan and the installation of the fencing and Bonner. I don't have time to talk about the upgrades at the Shaw Park Cultural Complex and Shaw Park Field and the Buku Integrated Facility and Blackrock Corland Beach Sports Arena, which we built in record time. I don't have the time. And the assemblyman for Roxborough Argyle, his madness does be going on there, Chief Secretary. It's madness. And the ghost representative we have to see, because he does not even know that the project, the lighting of Louisdor is afoot. He doesn't even know that. He doesn't even know that. He does not even know that the lighting project in Patience has already begun and almost finished. But then, this is not a debate we have in here. This is madness. So I don't have the time for a lot of the things that we could ventilate extensively. I don't have the time, and perhaps there is no need to, because of all that has been said already. That I think I could just conclude right now. I could conclude by simply saying, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, it must be made pellucidly clear that Tobago under the PNM for the past 21 years is likened unto what you call a bargain with a crocodile. A bargain with a crocodile is a term that is used to mean you do what I say, and I reserve the right to eat you last. We on this side, in large part, with God's help, have been involved in what I will call a rescue mission for Tobago. Rescuing Tobago. I mean, Tobago has been beaten into subjection. We've been brought down to some of the lowest places under this wicked, heartless, reptilic regime that they call the PNM. And all that, the resources that have come to us, we spend a lion's share of those resources trying to fix problems that have been left behind. And the minority councillor said that, it's a norm for governments that come in and they have to treat and yeah, that happens. But it is madness. It is madness when you try to equate a 2-year work or a 2-year governance activity with 21 years. That is where the madness is. You understand? And so I would want to see, in closing, pretty much, that these despots have subjugated Tobago long enough. They've killed off the dreams and aspirations. But thank God for this new, innovative, inspiring, and exciting, charismatic bunch of people on this side. Now Tobago could breathe. And though we have been underfunded, though we have been terrorized, boots and more boots, though we have been defamed in the public space, social media, fake profiles and otherwise, we shall press on with this work. The sentiments of the truth elastifiers and it shall his love. The representative for Tobago East and the representative for Tobago South. These sentiments shall not deter us. We shall build a Tobago that all and sundry will be proud of. Yes, we shall, in fact, build the greatest little island on the planet. I thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. As always, I wish to thank the good people of Scarborough, Mount Grace, for doing the right thing. For replacing a chief secretary and a secretary for finance and deputy chief secretary with the Secretary of Infrastructure. Yes. Sometimes, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I have to ask myself, what is this Tobago that my children own a piece of? Is it this 116 square miles? Or is it the 116 square miles plus the EEZ that makes us 15% bigger than Trinidad? The Tobago that my children own a piece of remains the only energy-rich island in the world that is undeveloped. And while we are granted chicken feed of our own money, the members on the other side come to sell us the idea that we must do maintenance work and don't develop it because that is what they have been told from Trinidad. And we're going to give you money to maintain, because I want to tell you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, that $250 to $300 million every year is but one project. And that money, as the Secretary for Education iterated, is to do maintenance work. We can't build a new school with that money. We can't build a new road with that money. And so we are in this predicament where we have to find a way to supplement that money in order to do real development work. And that is what we will do. That is what we are doing. Public infrastructure assets are a major foundation to a country's economic survival. We on this side know that it is through infrastructure development that we will enable and support socio-economic transformation on the island. We don't enable and support socio-economic transformation by building community center. We don't. And it is time people understand that. Building community center is not development work. A Tobago that is infrastructurally self-reliant with respect to the necessary supporting and enabling development infrastructure is the best pathway to the kind of economic expansion and growth necessary to achieve sustained economic self-sufficiency for a developing economic area such as Tobago. Deputy Presiding Officer, a self-sufficient Tobago economy must guarantee equality and equity in economic affairs, economic sovereignty within the context of Trinidad and Tobago, and a comparable international context. Some months ago, I compared the example of Singapore, a little island in Asia. So we understand the importance of a self-reliant development infrastructure framework and a landscape in the context of supporting and enabling socio-economic transformation that gives Tobago and its people sustained and sustainable economic self-sufficiency. And so we campaigned for a large part, and I heard the councillor, we campaigned for a large part on building out a new waterfront that will facilitate economic growth in Tobago, that will, on building out an infrastructure on land in the city that will inspire a new breed of Tobagonians, that would create the physical infrastructure necessary for Tobago to springboard into a new future. And I'm happy to say that apart and further to consultations, just last week, the Honorable Chief Secretary took the opportunity to communicate with the Prime Minister to start a process of engagement with the central government to facilitate the construction of the dream of the majority of Tobagonians. And so, I want to be short today. That's not usually the case, but I want to be short today. We have inherited, we came into office immediately after the expenditure of approximately $700 million out of the infrastructure division. I want to repeat that, $700 million. And I want to term it the non-procurement corruption infrastructure. We came into office, and I want to read what we met. This is from an executive council minute. I won't quote the number because it's kind of confidential. Kinda. The first note goes to the Executive Council on the 4th of November, 2020. That's 2 months before the election. 2 months before the election, the 4th of November, 2020, requesting money for a road resurfacing program in the tune of $167 million. This is supplemental funding required of $167 million. This is further to the project resurfacing implementation plan that went and got approval before of $168 million that was approved earlier in the year, 2020, before the then parliamentary election of August 2020. So before one election, they got 168 million, and Mr. Jack was asked to find from somewhere, which apparently he did, $167 million for road resurfacing program. We have come into office and we have patched more roads. We have repaired more roads probably than they bill for that money. Roads are deteriorating at a rate after 20 years and after the expenditure just on this one program of $320 million. We are still called upon a year later to patch holes and repair roads. $300 million. That's more than the entire development budget for the whole of Tobago. This is 2020. But I want to go further, you know. I want to go further. And I want to read it so that it makes sense. Yes, I will be short. The note
Remember, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. The note, a further note came to the Executive Council on January 13, 2021, 2 months later, 2 weeks before the election, and got approved in the Executive Council 5 days before the election. If you take out the weekend, then 2 days before the election, for an additional $85 million. The note is asking that the Executive Council approve, and the Executive Council did approve, works listed and contractors selected without a single tendering process for anything. The note identifies projects and the cost estimate as assigned by the engineer at the time at works, and asks the Executive Council to just give the work to them. Mr. Dennis,
Members, I understand your excitement, but please be guided by the standing orders of the House. Member, you may continue.
Mr. Dennis, as head of the Executive Council, and with the support of my good friend from WIM, who has many roads leading out of WIM these days, he could escape. Opal Drive extension, AVT 1.7, Sandy River North, Sandy River South, retaining Cant Road, RGS, just a list, RGS General Services, selected and pre-selected by the engineer and the administrator of the Division of Infrastructure without even the courtesy of a tender. I want to go on, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. I want to go on. I want to read this one a little longer. And this is now November 10th, 2021. This is the third election coming. A month later, November 10th, 21. Like then I rush every time election come in. Let me just commit some money fast. Because we ain't know what happen. Commit it. The non-procurement infrastructure corruption. Granted a covering approval for the execution of all projects under the Emergency Restoration Works Program, as appended in Appendix B. Granted covering approval for the overall additional expenditure of $390,340,970 VAT inclusive. $390 million. This is in addition to the $320 million that they commit 8 months before. 10 months before. Here, how they're doing it. The Executive Council, via Executive Council minutes of September 15, 2021, approved emergency response projects where critical action was warranted to protect lives, livelihoods, as well as public infrastructure in the island of Tobago. This approval was attached as Appendix A, and it goes on and it goes on. The list attached at Appendix B outlines all the projects which are completed, ongoing, and pending, which require official covering approval. So they get money through the Executive Council led by Mr. Dennis, and supported by the member from WIM.
Member, continue.
Thank you. Thank you. So, $390 million in the same calendar year. Just those two additional sums comes up to close to $690 something million. All selected, all contractors selected, identified by an engineer. There was no house. House was not properly convened. So a chief secretary, one man, because there is no house, no executive council.
Member,
Somebody is
members,
supposed to talk to this gentleman.
members.
There was no house.
Members, I urge you to be guided by the standing order. Minority Leader, you will have your opportunity to wrap up. Allow the member to finish his contribution. Thanks. Member, you may proceed.
Thank you for the protection. No house convened, no executive council to vote or to consider or to deliberate. A chief secretary apparently selected specifically for this signs off on notes and minutes presumably by himself, to spirit away $700 million, and then come to the house today to tell us that the road breaking up, you ain't spending enough money on fixing physical infrastructure. When a year ago, you tell us that you fix everything.
Right.
With 700 million. It is. But we are proud of what we have been able to achieve in the short time that we have been in office. Since we've come to office, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, since we have come to office, I'm happy to say that under our banner of social infrastructure, we have hired 1,200 temporary workers, bringing monies to families that were before out of the employment range in Tobago. 1,200. At the URP, we have hired 90 new employees at the URP. We have raised the salary of the URP to allow for a better living wage for almost the majority of the staff at the URP. This is a government that is concerned for the people, that is working for the people. Unlike the past, where URP workers were forced to come and support them with their jersey to stay employed. To stay employed. In terms of physical infrastructure, well, I mean, the patchwork speaks for itself. I think the patching gangs need a whole round of applause. The 3 patching gangs we have, with a limping spreader that we try to rent, they surprising everybody. And we are here to still complain. We have moved mountains in Castara. With no money. Everybody marveled that it was a division, no, not in-house. And let me take a chance to apologize profusely to the development teams that have not been paid. I am assured that pays will go out from tomorrow. So let me apologize on behalf of the division for the late payment. There are always challenges when the financial year turns over for the payment of development workers. We have seen retaining structures in Goodwood being completed in the night by infrastructure division workers. But you could imagine that. A retaining wall taking, I think it was 10 days to finish. We've seen the one in Glamorgan, again, going up in record time. Shanghai Hill, where the Wassa pipeline burst and break away the retaining wall. And Wassa is a special case. Before we came into office, they had an MOU with the Division of Infrastructure. We have attempted unsuccessfully to continue that MOU so that Wassa can help pay for all the works that they have caused the destruction in Tobago of. And they refuse. You look around Tobago, the majority of patches and repair work we have to do is as a consequence of Wassa pipeline failures. But under instruction, they are not to give us any money for that, while they were giving the PNM before us money to supplement the repair, the damage that they cause. And I wish to God that my former schoolmate Trevor Child that went over that cliff had the money to sue us. I wish that. We went to that site and in 5 days came up with a solution and repaired that road, that retaining structure on Shanghai Hill to protect lives and limbs. King Peter Bay Hill steps. I remember going there with Secretary Pollard, Assemblyman Pollard. I think it was in the 6-6. Yes. He still needed my expertise since then. We are friends 47 years. In the 6-6. Yes. Asking me if a solution could be had for those steps. And I went and I looked and we walked and stuff. And one of the first projects we did, there was a guy, very nice video, saying that when flora blow and stuff, in the space of 4 months, in the rainy season, that those steps were removed, and the people of Bay Hill, finally have a road they could go drive on. But $700 million went. $700 million. Today, we are still looking. We've finally gotten the designs for Bad Rock. No money to do it. We're finally trying to almost complete the designs for the Roxborough Bloody Bay Road. Again, infrastructure that was left unmaintained by the PN. My father walked on that road as a young man, unmaintained by the PNN. Coca-Turn. That's what you're talking about? Coca-Turn, not turn. No, not turn. I'm trying to talk English. Yes. Coca-Turn. Again, left unrepaired. Just throwing stuff on it, while you're undermining. The cotton, silk cotton tree just up the road from Coca-Turn, overtaking the road. Soon we can't pass there. No solution, no maintenance. What we call Castara number 2, road breakage, asphalt splitting, undermining the retaining wall. I see the gentleman below the road trying his best not to build over the wall for himself because we have no money. Hanging down, where the road failing. They tried to save it about 4 times with give and basket, like they didn't have engineers in works at the time. Yeah, engine fires. Failing under the PNM. Eh? Is hang down or hanging down? Hang down going up to 10 chain from Roxborough. Oh gosh, my mother ain't gonna be happy. Hanging down. All the while.
Remember, you have 5 minutes of speaking time remaining.
I'll be finished in 5 minutes. All the while, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, the Minister of Finance is always most concerned about getting to a number, refusing or understanding the act to say it must give consideration to Tobago being outside of the development in Trinidad and so on, to mean that we could buy two new boats and we could bring it to Trinidad faster so you could enjoy the infrastructure down there. Apparently that would mean to them. So they don't have to consider what Tobago needs here because they got build infrastructure in Trinidad. $1 billion, $8 billion road to Point, another $1 billion road to Tobago. Everywhere you go. Massive highway over roundabout, what do you call it? Overpass in Butler. And we must go down and enjoy the infrastructure there. So they will give you a new boat. They will buy 2 new boats again. I went to this conference and I met a consultant from Panama who is being used by the Port Authority to try to justify buying this new boat they went out to tender with. They went out to tender already, put up the boat already and trying to get documents now to say it's necessary. And hire a man from Panama. And so, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, the motion is vexatious. it has wasted valuable time of this House, because the world and Tobago knows that we have outperformed the PNM in every sphere. In every sphere in the 2 years that we've been here. The thing has gone so far that both them and the UNC copying my videos. Soon, they'll be copying our report.
Member 4 has to contribute. One more contribution before you, member. Member? Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, for looking in my direction and giving me the opportunity to contribute to this evening's conversation. Let me start off my remarks with a saying. Thou hypocrite, first cast the beam out of thine own eye, and then thou shalt see clearly to cast out the mote of thy brother's eye. I start off with saying that because the original motion is a motion that speaks to beams and motes. The minority leader went to great pains, my ears bled, great pains to paint a picture of this administration's last 22 months. Tried to allude that Tobago is suffering 22 months of neglect. But somehow in his mind, his maths is mathsing, that 22 months equates to 21 years of PNM neglect. And he also made a statement, they both, him and the minority councillor, they spoke about trying to compare this administration to the previous administration, and they even went as far as to say they are proud to be members of that party, and they're proud of the work of that administration. But I want to remind us in this House, I want us to understand what they claim to be proud of. So I want to put something in the mix. Comparisons. Comparison between 2005-2018. The homicide rate in this country in 2005 was 25 persons per 100,000 people. But in 2018, that increased to 36 persons per 100,000 people, which means that, and I'm just going to highlight the last 7 years or so. In 2015, we had 420 murders for that year. 216, 462. 2017, 495, and the trend goes up. 2018, 517. 2019, 536. 2020, 21, because of COVID, there was a decline, 393, 448. 2022, 599 murders. And as at September 2023, we have had 454 murders in this country. And that is the government, that is the party they claim to be proud of. I will continue. And I need to remind them of their history, of that party that they say is doing excellent work and has done excellent work. The minority councillor wanted to harp on my colleague when he answered the question about us fixing the flooding problem in Crown Point, and us saying that we have put in a solution that ensures that as soon as rain falls, the water disappears. This week in Trinidad, the headlines, flooding. Trin City and Tunapuna, eastbound lane of the Churchill Roosevelt Highway, parts of the southbound lanes.
Member?
That is currently at hand. Relevance, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer.
Deputy Presiding Officer, the motion speaks to infrastructure. We're talking about drainage infrastructure.
Member, a comparison can be made. Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. You want to compare PNM in Tobago, PNM in Trinidad to this administration in 22 years, so I'm telling you what PNM in Trinidad have been doing, right? Headlines. Parts of the southbound lane of the Sir Solomon Hochoy Highway, the priority bus route near Makoya, major traffic pileup. The government has spent $636.6 million between fiscal 2018 and 2022. But you are harping on my colleague, spending just under $2 million to fix a perennial problem that we inherited that you never fixed in 21 years. That is performance. And yet they cannot perform in Trinidad, and you say this is the party that you are proud of. Let me remind you again, coming out of this budget debate, DPP's office, $55 million spent, not one day inside the office. That is the administration that you are proud of.
Member.
And you want to talk.
Member.
Deputy Presiding Officer, relevance. What does the DPP office has to do with the motion at hand, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer? If we are compare apple with apples, compare the work of the PNM former THA administration to what this administration is doing. I don't understand how the comparison of the DPP office, infrastructure works in Trinidad, the allocation that Trinidad has to do with the motion at hand, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Relevance.
Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. As I said, the original motion is about beams and moats. You all expect us in 22 months to fix everything that you all left unfixed in 21 years. And I'm saying to you, the same energy you have to point out the failings of this administration is the same energy you need to have to point out the failings of the administration you say you're proud of. I am just reminding you of that. Beams and moats. Let me remind you quickly, since you're talking about relevance. Train 1, $500 million down the drain. Rapid Rail, $600 million down the drain. Heritage and Stabilization Fund, $913.5 million loss for 2022.
Member.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I rise again because the member is speaking about expenditure for some rapid rail that is non-existent in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Again, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, relevance. The member is not relevant to the motion at hand. Neither is she relevant to the first motion or the amended motion, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Relevance.
Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. I realize I'm touching some nerves this afternoon, right? So let me continue, right? Let us continue. All I have risen to indicate, because the motion speaks to criticizing this administration for the work that we have done, or none of the work that you have said has been done in the last 22 months, versus the administration that we replaced. And the reality is that based on everything that I have just said, the amount of monies that I have just read out, if even 1/10 of that monies came to Tobago for us to do some real development, we would not be having this conversation today, beams and moats. I keep talking about the fact that you can have all the energy in the world to point out the failings of this administration, but you need to keep that same energy for those in central government who seem to get a free pass from you. Take the beam out of your own eye.
We have done extraordinary work in the last 22 months. You talk about accountability. You've talked about us coming to the public, mandate Mondays, yes, and those things we have done. But I will tell you, sometimes you achieve greater success when you work in silence. And we have been working in silence because our people have complained and we have listened. And sometimes it doesn't require a secretary to stand on a pulpit and say, I'm going to fix a road. The person is happy just to see the road fixed, and that has been happening in Tobago. We have been seeing people talking about the fact that they go to sleep one night and a pothole is in front of their gap, and the very next morning the pothole is no longer there. I myself have experienced it, where I drove out of my street one morning and I go down in the pothole before I reach out the road, and then by the time I reach home in the evening, I realize I vroom over the thing and I'm like, but wait, Trevor walking? And that is what it is. This administration has been working. When you listen to the amount of persons who have benefited from the cataract surgeries performed at the hospital, people who have been on a waiting list for years, people who have had their appointments cancelled and never called back under an uncaring previous administration, now they can see the light. And this administration has been that light in their lives. And these are but a few examples. And we started our journey in December of 2021. And we got so much done in that first year, we realized that the strategy was to slow us down. But with everything that has been tried to slow us down, we will not stop. For as much as a government in Trinidad continues to underfund the development of Tobago, because as my colleague has said, it's a maintenance budget. You cannot speak to development if all you're giving me is just enough that I need. And it's not even enough to take care of the needs that I currently have. How are we building a future for those who are to come after us? How are we ensuring that we secure their futures? While we are having a conversation in this house about fixing bus sheds and putting up bus sheds, there's millions of dollars being wasted down the road. As I said, keep the same energy. Keep the same energy. Part of what has to happen here is not only does this administration have to work, but the same colleagues that you have in Trinidad who callously held this administration to ransom, to help our hoteliers stay open, threatened to cut electricity to those hotels employing Tobago people. This administration stepped in and paid the reserve capacity. None of you on that minority side pick up the phone and call a representative for Tobago South. Pick up and call a representative for Tobago East. Pick up and call a minister in charge of public utilities and say, here, what, hold your hand in Tobago. Tobago is a special case. Lobby for a moratorium, nothing. But ministries are getting away with OMT and Tech billions of dollars. And they ain't saying nothing about that. Keep the same energy. This motion, your motion, the minority leader's original motion, is about beams and moats. But the new motion, the amended motion, is a testimony to the fact that in 22 months we have achieved more progress than the entire last 10, 15 years of that previous administration. And we will continue to work. We will continue to stand in the house and explain to the people of Tobago what we are doing on their behalf. How are we lobbying on their behalf? How are we putting things in place despite being underfunded to ensure that we can do more? I can speak for most all of my colleagues in here today. We lose sleep every night. And you know why we lose sleep? Not because we have a guilty conscience keeping us up at night, because some of us lose sleep because of that. We lose sleep. We lose sleep because the last thought on our minds before we close our eyes, whatever time that is what more could I have done today to progress the people of Tobago? We have just started a new fiscal year. And there were many lessons that we had to learn over the last fiscal year. But I will tell you, nothing will stop this administration from getting the job done. Nothing will stop us from trying to squeeze blood out of stone, and nothing will stop us from trying to spin gold from here, because the people of Tobago elected us to do that. We don't come in this house to convince the minority of our good works. The people of Tobago stop us in the road every day and say, don't study them people there. All you're doing a good job. All you just keep together and all you're doing a good job. We're praying for all you. These are coming from the people of Tobago. The people of Tobago are our judge and jury, not the two on the minority side. The people of Tobago, well, he's not here. He doesn't be here so often, so I just forget him. Anyway, the people of Tobago are our judge and jury. They are the one judging us on our works. And I will say thus far, they are supremely proud of what we have been able to do despite all of the challenges. They do not know the magnitude of the mess that we have had to clean up. But every day we walk into our divisions, every day we walk into our constituencies, and we take one step further to the place we need to take Tobago, which is, and I will reiterate, and I will continue to reiterate, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, the place that we will take Tobago is to becoming the greatest little island on the planet. I thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. I will not be long, but I will not sit in this house and allow a motion, the original motion that we have before us, and to allow the minority leader to get away unscathed in some of his statements this afternoon. And this has nothing to do with the bridge in Plymouth. Because even that, he was fully error-filled. It irked me to hear the minority leader boast about one of the achievements of the PNM. And I don't know if it's the PNM overall or the PNM administration that held sway on this beautiful little island from January 2001 until 6 p.m. on December 6, 2021. When he boasted that the PNM opened doors for young people to be educated, that bothered me. Because I was an accountant at the Tobago House of Assembly when Lennox Denone sat as chairman of the Tobago House of Assembly. I was the accountant in the sub-accounting unit. When he made that bold decision to offer scholarships to Tobagonians, the first person was a young lady from Canaan. That was unheard of. And I remember we quivered. We wondered how on earth, because there was no line item, where was this going to be paid from? And I was good. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I am asking for silence so that I can be
Members,
heard.
please
We have had
allow
enough of the
for the councillor
disruption by those on
to
the
continue.
minority side. And we quivered because there was no line item, no allocation. And how could this be done? And the chairman was insistent. He was bold, insistent. And when I look at my chief secretary today, and I think of those days when leaders of this THA were bold and insistent, and they were determined to rock the status quo. And Chairman Dinoon said, this is going to happen. This is going to be the pathway for Tobagonians to have further education, right? They come here and they boast. But let me take them back to October 23rd, 2000, when the Dispute Resolution Commission report was being debated in our parliament. And I want you to listen. I'm going to quote excerpt. They could go and look for the rest. I'm quoting what I want to quote. Dr. K. Rowley, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate again, because I do not want it to be misunderstood. I am a supporter of increased allocation for Tobago, but there has to be some control over the expenditure. Take, for example, the question of scholarships. The Parliament has been told that the Tobago House of Assemblies funded millions of dollars of scholarships which Tobagonians access. I'm stopping right there. That was the stance of who is now the political leader, the PNM, and Prime Minister of this country, taking a stance against a bold step that opened the doorway, opened the gateway for Tobagonians. So when they come here and say that they opened the door for young people, let them know that the door was open already. They saw a good thing and it continued. And let me go further. We're talking about we must not compare Tobago with Trinidad. Let us remember funding at a national level. When it started, it wasn't under PNM administration. It was a Basdeo Pandey administration that started dollar for dollar. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I crave your cover, please, from the Minority Leader.
Minority Leader, please be guided by the standing orders. You will have your time to wrap up shortly. Allow the member to continue. Thanks.
The Basdeo Pandey administration started dollar for dollar, and it was only dollar for dollar for public institutions. Persons, students at private institutions could not benefit from dollar for dollar, right? What they did after was to open it to private, but do not come here. The PNM is devoid of good, proper ideas. We have grown accustomed to that. You seldom come with anything that is wholesale and good. You love the idea of governance, but how to manage governance, that has escaped the PNM and will forever escape the PNM. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I applaud the Minority Leader for taking time out to drive and experience Tobago. I applaud him if he's a Tobagonian at heart and he wants to see what is happening here. But could you imagine the Minority Leader talking about, and probably his intent was to embarrass the Chief Secretary about the state of roads in his district. He was appalled. But imagine he's appalled about the state of the roads in Bloody Bay. But my mind goes back to an election period in 2021, when there was a political leader of the Tobago Council of the PNM and Chief Secretary, who was the rep for Buku Mount Pleasant, and not a road in Buku Mount Pleasant was paved, repaired, filled with anything, whereas all the roads in Signal Hill, Patience Hill got asphalt love. Where was his voice then? So don't come here and try to embarrass my Chief Secretary about the state of roads in his district. Let us remember who held sway in 2021, and now Assemblyman Craig has to now negotiate for the people in Buku Mount Pleasant, and almost $700 million of road works were done in Tobago, and Buku Mount Pleasant is in the state it is. Talk about that. Talk about that. Think about that. Right. Let me just swiftly run to crime. We are scared. We're fearful because it is not a situation that we want. We don't want to live in an environment that is seemingly the nefarious activities and the perpetrators have full sway here. But the 6th schedule shows us that national security matters under the 6th schedule. So it does not fall under direct purview of the THC, but still yet. But my colleague, Councillor Boris, tried to look at those who are getting a free pass and then this heavy hammer that is brought on this 22-month-old administration in Tobago. 2022, the 8th of April, Minister Hines, Minister for National Security, is quoted as replying in Parliament to a question, I think, by MP Khadija Amin. And he admitted that there are 1796 closed-circuit television cameras in this country. Of that, 733 are not fully functional or non-functional. Let me talk about that. All say we fixing it. We making attempts to fix it, and we will fix it. We are denying that. We are not denying that. We made that promise to Tobagonians, and we will hold that until death. We will hold it until death. We're going to hold it. But are you holding your colleagues on whose hands our lives are to that same standard that you want to hold us to? You are not, right? We were promised as Tobagonians that PNM in Trinidad, central government, and PNM-led THA will erase all our Tobago problems. What Tobago wants, Tobago will get. All our problems will be erased. We should not be here in 22 months talking about problems for Tobagonians. Don't come here with that. Don't come here to talk about deteriorating infrastructure. And so don't come here and talk about that. Right? As my colleague said, display the same energy. Display the same energy. You talk, Mr. Minority Leader, about professionals. They're coming here with their academics and so on, and they cannot find a fit. The conversations that the Prime Minister was having with this nation, at one of those conversations in Rio at Palo Seco, a member of the public asked him about a daughter who has a master's degree and is now packing at a supermarket, at a grocery. And your Prime Minister says that there has to be a conversation about it. We are waiting the conversations because as Tobagonians, we want to be a part of that conversation too. We cannot hide our head in the sand, right? Because some people are not getting the opportunities as they should, right? Remind your PM that we want to have that conversation in Tobago because we want good jobs, right? We want the money, we want to expand Tobago, we want to develop Tobago, we want to put our young people in fitting jobs, best fit practices we want to employ here. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I just want to say that the original motion has no bearing on life in Tobago. It does not speak to our life here. It does not speak to realities. And we know, right, that the people of Tobago are having a different experience with this administration and will continue to watch us work to make Tobago the greatest little island on this planet.
Minority Leader, you may now wrap up the debate.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, it's indeed a pleasure to conclude this motion that attempted to at least bring my colleagues back to reality. I don't know if it's the traveling, the frequent flying that have their ear so rare that they can't hear the people of Tobago. Because what I am saying here, what I'm saying here, I only get one flight, the kind of amount of flights all I get. I don't think you all are hearing Tobagonians, and that is the point. You know, the councillor, and I would say if irrelevance was a person, it would be the Secretary for Tourism. Because here she is, coming to talk about taking mote out of eyes and hypocrisy. But at the same time, this councillor is part of an administration coming to tell Tobagonians about wastage and all kind of things. She even had the audacity, the gumption, to talk about DPP office and DPP paying for empty office. I want you to ask your colleague, the Deputy Secretary, how much she paid for the empty office down in Trinidad. I want you to answer that, because whether all you like it or not, how you could want to talk about the DPP wasting money on empty building and knowing that all you just paid over $3 million for empty building? If that is not hypocrisy, I don't know what is. And, you know, it is not by accident, I believe, that the two people dressed in UNC yellow regalia are the two persons who decide to come here and talk about central government. Because clearly they are proxies of the UNC, using the House, the Tobago House of Assembly.
Member.
I'm not going to give you, I'm wrapping up. I'm not going
The
to
member
give
is on.
what I'm giving way on. What is it? What
Member?
is in order? What am I doing?
I strongly resent the insinuation that the fact that I'm adorned in yellow sends a signal that I am a member, an activist, or represent the UNC in any way. I take serious umbrage to such statement.
Well, the UNC like yellow colors that are worn, and it's just perhaps it's a coincidence that the persons wearing colors of yellow that resembles the UNC are the ones who choose to talk about issues.
Member.
But why this woman is disturbing me?
Member, retract the statement and move on.
You know, for some reason, yellow is an outstanding color.
Member, retract the statement and proceed.
What the statement you want me to retract?
Let the member see.
Because I don't know what the yellow that you wear in yellow, which one?
Just retract the statement and move on.
All right. So I retract that the member is wearing yellow that looks like if she is a member of the UNC. I retract. I retract. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, but you know, if there was a worse Secretary of Tourism, it would be that secretary, the Honorable Councillor. Because under this councillor, it is the worst figures in the history of Tobago when it comes to international arrivals. Imagine this councillor who wants to step up here today to come and talk big, didn't even have the mouth to answer a simple question. She didn't even know the budget for Carnival. 2 days before Carnival, we have big banners going up around town when those banners should have been in Trinidad advertising to bring Trinidadians. And when she realized she Carnival going on bus, she want to blame Cal. it seems to me that every time this administration is called into question for their incompetence, the usual sounding alarm, the broken record, is blamed Trinidad. Imagine this man, imagine a secretary who on his own volition took the opportunity to hire a private jet, come here bold-faced, straight-faced, to tell us that it's Dr. Keith Rowley and the Minister of Finance to blame. I believe if they even bounce their foot, they go call Dr. Keith Rowley name. Because it's just ridiculous. And the point about it is this administration is not prepared to take absolutely no responsibility for the mismanagement of Tobago's affairs. Absolutely no responsibility. It's always somebody's fault. And if ingratitude and ungratefulness was a person, it would be this clown-faced TPP party, this back-to-front party, where one of the T on the other side and the other P on the other side.
Member?
Deputy Presiding Officer, I rise on Standing Order 44-4, the use of insulting language against members.
I never describe a member.
Member?
Never described a member.
Member, what's your words going forward? You may continue.
Never described a member. Described a party and the symbol. Anyways, and so, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, it hurts me even that when this administration is called to answer, they always find this excuse that it's Trinidad. Imagine you have 3 projects to deliver that already had contractors on site. We sat here, we listened to the Secretary of Infrastructure saying he don't want no business with Udicott. Let Udicott go back to Trinidad, cussing Udicott. But at the same time, when the people then really pack up and go on their way, all they want to make it sound like if it's Udicott trying to sabotage all there. You said the Tobago people could do the work. So now, all they have done is allowed you all to do your work. It's the same way all they tell the Prime Minister, stay out of Tobago business. But every time all they head hot all you all running back to the same Prime Minister that all they said to stay out of Tobago business. If ungratefulness and ingratitude was a person, it would be this administration. Because it's the same thing with Cal. Just imagine all they're always cussing Cal. When Cal come on board and say they had some flights, all they're telling them now it's too late. And it appears to me that you all are always looking for excuse. And Tobagonians are fed up of the excuse. All Tobagonians want is for you all to deliver the goods and services that they voted all for, that all they promised that all they would deliver to them. And that is what this motion is calling you all to do. It is not about who is wrong or right. The PNM has been tried, the PNM has been tested, the PNM has its achievement. If you walk the length and breadth of Tobago and you look at the buildings and you look at the cornerstone, most of the buildings and the cornerstone bears the name of PNM representatives, and all the can't erase that. That is PNM performance. That is PNM achievement.
Members,
cannot take that away.
Members, please allow the member to contribute.
Right? So when you all come here and try to create this kind of facade, like if, nothing happened good in Tobago. Imagine we had GATE. You want to compare giving 10 or 12 scholarships to an opportunity that allows everybody who is willing and able to acquire tertiary education. What manner of wickedness, this ingenuity, that you will compare 10 or and the other thing about it, governance, which we accepted in our time, is a continuum. And if you reach something that is good, what you do is build on it. You improve it. That is how you grow a country. That is how you grow an economy. You want to compare Tobago to Trinidad. The economy of Trinidad and Tobago under this current PNM administration is growing. That's a fact. But what is happening conversely in Tobago? Your economy under your leadership, our economy under your leadership has declined. That is also a fact. So to come here and and also arrogant that in the face of understanding that you have decline in agriculture, decline in construction, decline in all tourism, decline in all the major sectors in Tobago, you come here to pat yourself on the back. And somebody who talk to a couple people who support you, that is your information that better than a poll. Imagine the chief secretary questioning a poll that told us they had over 315 persons participate. The poll told us that they were voters from the December 6th elections. You're disputing the relevance of that poll, but you have your Secretary of Tourism, and perhaps that is why tourism is so bad, because our analysis of information is poor. Right? This poll from CivilNet, and you don't want to listen to the 315 people who represent persons from all across Tobago. They said they had responders from every district that say you all are doing a poor job. You don't want to listen to them, but you listening to one person and you going on Facebook listening to somebody that have absolutely no credibility. And that, well, I don't even know why people just go to your church.
Members.
I never waste my time.
Members. Minority Leader.
Yes, he start me.
Member, allow for the minority to complete his contribution. Go ahead.
Start me. So, Deputy Presiding Officer, I know, as per usual, they will vote for their motion, they will pat themselves, they'll be happy. But ultimately, as they rightfully said, it is the people of Tobago would have their say, would judge, each and every one of us. And therefore, I'm confident that based on the interactions that I've been having, Tobagonians aren't happy with what is going on. Tobagonians aren't happy with the level of delivery. Yes, you are doing things because you have an allocation and there are run-of-the-mill things that have to happen, and you have done that for the most part. But what are you really doing to build Tobago and build Tobagonians? Look, we had I must mention, was a very good idea to do that facility down at Corland, the beach facility. But we're talking about cost overruns. Up to now, no Tobagonian know how much you really spend. We were told that it is in phases. As far as I know, no work is going on there right now. Yes, there might be one-off tournaments to come, but what is the long-term plan to ensure that Tobagonians truly benefit? Are we going to start academies that would have beach training for young Tobagonians, so that not only would we be hosting tournaments, but we'll be able to participate? These are the things that Tobagonians want to see. It's not just about spending 63 million, as my good friend from Bethel Zalekato boasted about. But what is the impact of that $63 million? What is the good of that $63 million if when the time for school to be reopened, you still have school closed? And even after school reopened, you still have school closing. So yes, you spend more money, record spending, but you still haven't solved the very genesis of the issues. It is the same thing. And I know, yes, you made an attempt to fix the flooding at Crown Point, and that is good. But to come here and pretend like if all is well, it is not fully well. There are still issues to treat with that, because it means that when it rains, there's still a buildup of water. And nobody is saying that it's not a bad thing that all you bring down the level of it. But to come here and pretend like if the problem has been solved, it has not been totally solved. When you all do good things that benefit Tobago, it is for all of us to enjoy and for all of us to be happy. So we are not averse to you all doing good things. But what we are saying, what we are witnessing in a lot of situations is not to the best. You're talking about wastage. You all came here trying to pretend like there was so much wasted and whatever. But do you know, and I want the Secretary of Infrastructure to refute me on this, whether, one, those contractors that we were told that are doing work for the THA, build, design, finance, and who's supposed to have all their monies, whether they are in fact getting credit from the study park quarry. And let me give it the right name, the Study Park Enterprise Limited Quarry. And whether they are in fact paying to the Study Park Enterprise Quarry, Limited Quarry on credit, they are paying for asphalt, $1,100 per ton. And whether those same contractors are turning around and build the THA for that said asphalt, and to place the asphalt, $2,700 per ton. So what that means is that you all are actually paying more, you are paying to the contractor double what they are paying to the THA. You're also paying almost double of what the previous administration was paying for asphalt, which was $1,400 a ton. It means that when you are saying you don't have enough money to do all the roads, what the PNM was paying for 10 roads of the same scope, you are now paying for 5 roads. So you are actually paying more for less. So when you're there talking and giving the impression that there's so much, you all are so prudent, there are issues all around. Even when it comes to procurement, you talk about how and I want to put the record straight. First thing, the law, which is the THA Act, clearly states that at 34.1, the Executive Council shall be responsible for the carrying out of the functions of the Assembly. And sorry, at 34.4, it says that the Executive Council shall continue to discharge its functions during any period that the Assembly stands dissolved. During the 6-6, the Assembly stood dissolved, but there was a holdover executive, so therefore
Members, please allow for the minority to continue without interruption.
So whoever was the executive remains the executive until such time as a new one is elected, and that is the law. So I don't understand how the Secretary of Infrastructure will come here to pretend like there was some illegal executive presiding over Tobago. And more than that, he gives the impression as though persons was just randomly selected to do work. These were pre-qualified contractors, and that is a form of tendering. That is a form of procurement. What is not a form of procurement according to the THA practices is the fact that you are just handpicking persons that are not registered with the Tobago House of Assembly.
Member?
What is the point of order?
I'm coming to the point of order. The member is suggesting that an individual who chooses people is in fact some kind of a process. That is not a process. What happened at the division is that an engineer prepared a price list, said he went to the Central Procurement Office and selected contractors and gave them work.
Member, continue.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, for the understanding of Tobagonians, there's a process within the Tobago House of Assembly where you pre-qualify contractors, you put them in a category, and from that pool, you can select. And I'm not going to go back and forth. He had his chance. He had his
Members.
chance.
No pre-qualification process.
Members. This is not a back and forth battle.
Thank you.
We are almost at the end. Allow the member to complete. Thanks.
Right? But this same member that has a problem with hand selection would tell us that he selected from a bag of 40 contractors When I called him and asked him, let me see the bag of 40 contractors whittled down to 6, to the point that one of the contractors had to write to this honorable house, every member, and declare that he was not in fact properly engaged in the process. And then we learned from that process that of 5 of the persons awarded contracts, that none of them were registered with the Tobago House of Assembly before. In fact, we also learned that 2 projects were given away to a company called Namalco. Nobody in Tobago knew that. And it is Namalco who gave up up to now we don't even know how Namalco got those contracts. Have he told us how Namalco got those contracts? What was the process that was engaged to give Namalco a road down at Cove, down at Shervan when there were no designs? Did he tell us that? What about our secretary and the councillor did point out that there was, the Auditor General took issue with letters being written to a sitting secretary. And she didn't even recognize that that secretary was her own colleague. That the Auditor General pointed out the road down at Buku that you spoke about. It was your secretary who undertook that road.
Member?
Yes.
Deputy Presiding Officer, I rise.
I have the letter as well.
Understanding Order 45, imputing improper motive. When that statement was made, I made a statement based on a pronouncement given by the Auditor General's Department, and it did not point to an administration that came in from December 9th, 2021.
Right.
Member?
Anyways, whatever was imputed, what was said by the Auditor General, there's evidence that a letter was written to this secretary talking about a meeting that the contractor had for a project at Speyside, that Speyside jetty. And the letter was directed to the assemblyman, and the contractor is saying in the letter that after our meeting, this same contractor who was handpicked, by the way, is talking about meeting with the secretary to finalize the contract. So once again, if you're talking about taking out moat and beam from eyes, you need to help your Secretary of Infrastructure, because he, right now, I don't know if he's seen because there's so much moat in his eyes. Mr. Presiding Officer, I will wrap up because we've been here some time. And I know the motion will fail. But I also know that the people of Tobago are listening and they are taking notes. I conclude, I beg to move, and I thank you. I thank the House for the opportunity to bring this most important motion to discuss Tobago's people business. I thank you.
Members, before the House vote on the amended motion, I must first put the proposed amendments to the House as they were proposed by the member. Honorable members, the question put is that the motion be amended by leaving out all the and whereas recitals of the motion and to insert or to add and whereas there has been a significant deterioration in Tobago's physical infrastructure under the PNM administration between 2001 and 2021. All in favor say aye. Any against? Amendment is carried. 2. Amending the recital at the beat. Members, when I'm on my feet in this honorable house, please respect the chair on both sides. 2. Amending the recital at the beat resolved by leaving out the words failure of the Executive Council and to insert the words the success of the current Executive Council. All in favor, say aye. Any against? Amendment is carried. Number 3. Amending the "and be it further resolved" recital by leaving out the words of that recital and inserting "and be it further resolved that this House supports the Executive Council as it continues to prioritize physical infrastructural development in Tobago, given the limited resources of the Tobago House of Assembly." All in favor, say aye. Any against? Members, the amendment is carried. I will now put the amended motion to the House. Honorable members, the question put is that, whereas the 5th schedule of the Tobago House of Assembly, Act 40 of 1996, empowers the Tobago House of Assembly with the responsibility for developing infrastructure, and whereas there has been a significant deterioration in Tobago's physical infrastructure under the PNM administration between 2001 to 2021. Be it resolved that this House acknowledge the success of the current Executive Council to manage effectively the resources available to Tobago. And be it further resolved that this House supports the Executive Council as it continues to prioritize physical infrastructural development in Tobago, given the limited resources of the Tobago House of Assembly. Those in favor, say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The amended motion is carried. Leader of Assembly Business.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I now beg to move that this House stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Members, the question is that this House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. All in favor, say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Come,